Hey everyone, how are y'all? Hey Kenny, how are you? Oh, Stone Gator, we've missed you too. Let's see if Nightbot is going to be on time tonight. And Stone Gator, thank you so much for becoming a member and welcome back to the family. Hey Brooklyn, how are you? Scarface, how are you tonight? Hey G, how are you? All right, just throwing a reminder out there to make sure that your chat is on live chat. Stone Gator, what names do you not know? Scarface, yes, I'm doing good tonight. Thank you. In the chat, I only remember. Oh, okay. There's been a lot of new people that's came in and has joined us. Hey, see you later. How are you? Hey, Summer. How are you? Riddler, how are you tonight? Summer, yes, I'm doing good. Thank you. Did anybody watch Mrs. Chapin's interview that she did today? The amazing Tiff, how are you? Michelle, you and Summer watched it. Hey, Julie, how are you? Yeah, it was like she almost wanted to cry when she was up there. Hey, Linda, how are you? And then once she did that, it was like every article that I was seeing coming out was talking about that Ethan's mom wasn't said that the family wasn't going to be attending Brian Kohberger's murder trial, and basically went crazy over it. The amazing tip. That's fine if you missed it because I'm gonna play it tonight. And basically, all she's doing is just talking about the book that she wrote in honor of Ethan, and showed the tattoo that she got. It's just in Ethan's handwriting that he had wrote to her, "I love you, Mom," on a card. So she shows that, and they kind of asked her, about the trial if they're going to be attending, and she just flat out tells them no, that they're not going to be attending it. Let's see. I'm gonna order. I see Michelle were was either Amazon or Barnes and Nobles that it was already sold out, but I did see it today on Amazon, so they must have got it back in stock if that's where it was already sold out at. See a book already. Yeah, The Amazing Tiff. It's like it's a children's book, is all it is. So I looked it up on Amazon earlier. I think it's like $28, something like that. Not too bad. Hey, Glowbug, how are you? Do you have any clue on current on BK since grand jury? So I have no clue about anything. Really, Stone Gator? That's the only thing that's well, the last major thing that has happened is the grand jury, and then of course there's people out there running with the crazy rumors that there's with absolutely no proof. Glowbug, I'm doing good, thank you. So it's up at twice. I've been doing other things because everyone is BK, and yeah, I've seen a lot of people are back talking about Summer, which the 15th of this month will be 2 years since she's been missing. And I think they're supposed to be doing another Summer's Day up in Tennessee for her. And Summer, it's gotten to where it's ridiculous the stuff that people are saying. And I was listening to another channel today. I'm not going to mention the channel name, but they didn't just come out and say like another thing not having to do with drugs or anything like that. Hey, Nina, but just kind of mention about escorts, and it's almost like they're trying to throw that narrative out there as well. Rick or Bob, how are you? Hey, Brad, how are you tonight? Hold on 1 second, y'all. Callie Dom, how are you? The conspiracy theories have gotten to the point of just stupidity. Yeah, that is true. And Rigger Bob, you said that Kohberger was set up. Why? What is your opinion on that? Like, why do you think that he was set up? Hey, musical, how are you? Y'all, Stone Gator already back tonight. Already talking about eating some gummy worms. Okay, give me just 1 second. I'm just checking one thing out. before we get started. Let's see. More than him did the crime. Maybe dad had a hand. Now, Rigger Bob, I will agree. I do think that there is someone else involved in it. Hey, Gigi, how are you? And also, Rigger Bob, I don't know if he was, I'm not going to say he was necessarily set up, um, but I have to agree. I do believe that was, someone else was involved with it. King Scarlet, how are you? Princess Megan, how are you tonight? Callie Dom, yes, I'm doing good. Let's see. Oh, Princess Megan, you didn't get the notification? Let's see. Set up. He was putting little bags in other people's rubbish bins. Kenny, he was doing that at like 4 o'clock in the morning, 4:30. Hey, Jim J, how are you? Princess Megan, it was hot here too, and the heat today caused us to have more storms pop up. Okay, and I want to make a quick real quick. I did put a thing in my community post for the members only that anybody who is a member, if you want to join the Facebook group, send me an email and I will send y'all an invite. So, Stone Gator, if you want to join back, you'll just need to send me an email. Oh, it's 105 here today. Glowbug, where are you at, girl? 105? Oh my god. Can I be re-added? Hold on. I need to do one thing with you, Stone Gator, because I don't know how you ended up on the block list on there, but you are now unblocked. Let's see. Minnesota not. Uh, Hey, Arb, how are you? So, Glowbug, it was 105 in Minnesota? Oh my god. I don't know what the temperature was here today, but like I said, it was really bad hot. Humidity was hot, and storms coming in and everything else. All right, so let me grab my email because I'm gonna get the interview today of Ethan's mom. Okay. Yeah, Glowbug, it is here as well. The humidity. Sometimes it can get so bad down here that as soon as you step outside, you can't even breathe. All right. So Ethan's mom did an interview on the Today Show. Hey, Lori and CJ, how are you? Let me get it where everybody can see it better. Michelle, I'll have to be the one that sends it to her. So, Stonegater, just send me an email. And then that way I can send the link back to you. Let's see, in the deep south, one shirt will be split by the time. Yeah, that is true. All right, so this is like 9 minutes long. So while it's playing, I'm going to mute out and I'll just be watching in the chat. And if y'all have not done so, because it says we have like 82 people in here with only 37 likes, so if y'all haven't done so, go hit the thumbs up, please. Because it does help the channel get out into the algorithm. Lori and CJ, I'm feeling good tonight. My allergies are really not bothering me today. For a change.
Killed last fall cope with this unimaginable grief. They are also finding touching ways to remember and honor their loved ones. In a moment, we're going to talk to Ethan Chapin's mom, Stacy. But first, a closer look at the case and their tributes. More than 6 months have passed since the murders at King Road, when Ethan Chapin, his girlfriend Xana Kernodle, and best friends Madison Mogan and Kaylee Gonsalves were found stabbed to death in this house near the University of Idaho campus. A tense manhunt and weeks of painful waiting for the victims' families followed before police arrested their suspect in late December. Bryan Kohberger was pursuing his PhD in criminal justice at Washington State University, just miles from the scene of the murders. Investigators say DNA evidence, cell phone records, and video surveillance link him to the scene that night. Kohberger's trial is set for October, the judge entering a plea of not guilty for the 4 murders after Kohberger declined to enter one himself. Ethan Chapin's family has watched from afar while holding close their memories of a beloved son and brother.
He loved everybody and everybody loved him. Everybody wanted to be around him.
Ethan's parents, Stacy and Jim Chapin, are honoring him through a foundation named Ethan's Smile. It gives scholarships to local students to attend the University of Idaho.
That kid has touched more lives. We say in our family, if we touch as many lives as he did in his 20 years, this world would be a better place.
Ethan was a triplet. His 2 siblings still attend the university. This May, graduation ceremonies were bittersweet as the school awarded Ethan a posthumous certificate. And now, Stacy Chapin has written a children's book about Ethan called The Boy Who Wore Blue. A portion of the profits will also go to the foundation, Ethan's Smile. Okay. And Stacy Chapin joins us now. Good morning to you.
Good morning.
It's hard to watch those images of your beloved boy. How are you doing?
It's hard.
Yeah, it is.
It's good, though. I mean, all things considered, we're doing very well.
Yeah. He was a triplet. He has a brother and sister. How are they doing?
Jim and I couldn't be more proud of them, to be honest with you. They went back to school. They had they finished successfully this semester. And now they're back at work in a place that they love. And we've called summer home for a long time. So they're in a safe, great environment and they're doing amazing. I'm so proud of them. It's amazing.
I think people are about to find out what an extraordinary family you have, yeah. Stacy, and what an extraordinary boy Ethan was. You've written this book. It's called The Boy Who Wore Blue. Yes. Tell me about writing it and what made you decide to write this story?
It started with my best friend sent me a news release that was that an author had been given the rights to the story to tell of these kids. And I, as a mom, you're like, well, how does somebody write a story about people that they don't know, right? Right, about my kid. Yeah, I'm the one who's raised him, Jim and I. And it just sparked something in me. And the only thing I can explain to people how the book came about is I think it's like a country artist who goes through a breakup and writes their greatest hit. It literally just came to me in the middle of the night.
It's Ethan's song.
It's everything. Yeah, it's the best I can do for him.
I love The Boy Who Wore Blue. You had triplets, and you learn in the book that when they were little, they used to each wear a color.
They did.
And that's how you told them apart when they were babies. and he was the
Mhm.
one who wore blue.
He was the blue.
He was a very special young man. Everybody says it.
Mhm.
Tell me about him.
Yeah. Um, he was that way from the very beginning, to be honest. He was born happy. He was just magnanimous, kind of. I don't know really how to explain it. What we find more interesting is how many lives he touched that we didn't even know existed. It's incredible. I mean, I tell people if I touch as many lives in my lifetime as he did in 20 years, he just swarmed to every room. He had a wonderful smile.
You hear in those stories now, people are
Oh, yeah.
calling you and saying, I remember when Ethan
Yes.
did this or that.
Yes. Or strangers.
Yeah.
The strangers have been amazing who have come up to us, and it always started the same way. You know, you don't know me, but I have this story to tell you. Yeah.
What does that do for you? Is it comforting? Is it hard to kind of share your grief with this high profile story and it's so public?
We learned our family has always tried to help everybody. And we came upon the Sigma Chi boys the morning after. And in that moment, we realized that not only, that it wasn't just, our family healed one way, but everybody needed to heal from this. And we saw it in an instant, kind of seeing all of his friends. And it's just gone from there. It's literally, we've been reached by people across the world. And we can see that everybody needs to heal from it, and it feels good.
You have extraordinary strength.
Yeah.
You and your husband seem
Mhm.
to have this resolve. You say if people want to talk to you about it,
Yep.
it's okay to talk about.
Yes.
It's not the elephant in the room.
Yes.
You want to talk about Ethan.
Yes.
Where does that come from, that strength, when you're dealing with the unimaginable?
We just decided that, it has its moments, of course, right? But we get up every morning and we just decided that the best thing we can do is put our best foot forward, mostly for Maisie and Hunter. They deserve it. They didn't deserve this. And so they deserve still the best life that we can give them. And that is really our strength. It drives us. We literally get up and, have coffee and then say, all right, we're going to go forward.
I was so struck by something you wrote. It was on social media earlier this year. You said, we spend no time being angry. That would be energy not well spent.
Yep.
And it still wouldn't change the outcome.
Yep.
We have to look ahead.
Yes.
That's your philosophy.
Yes. It doesn't change the outcome. Even looking ahead at the trial coming up in October now, we choose to not, it does not change the outcome of our family, and it's energy that we need to put into healing our kids and, getting back to a new family dynamic and working on that. And so we let the prosecutors do their job, and we do our job in our family.
Do you think you'll come to the trial and
No.
attend it?
Nope.
Yeah. Too hard.
It doesn't change the outcome. Yeah. It just is energy that doesn't feel like it's well spent. Yeah. There's other places to put it. So.
Ethan, as we said, was such an extraordinary young man, one of those light up the room type of people.
Yep.
What would you want the world to know about him? Now they know his name. What do you want them to know about him?
Honestly, I think the world sees it in the photos. He's become this just, look at him. We're looking at his pictures. He was just the greatest kid. Everybody loved him. He was warm. He was inclusive. He was the kid you wanted to hang out with, anywhere he was. He would play any sport. He'd play any cribbage game. He just was always game to participate in anything with a big smile and a warm heart. He was kind.
Well,
yeah,
we can see where he gets a lot of those attributes from your family, a wonderful, supportive family. And I just have to show people you have the most beautiful new tattoo on your arm. Can we show it? It's his handwriting. I love you, Mom. Ethan. It's beautiful.
It's from McCarty.
From McCarty gave you. Yeah. Stacey, thank you so much. Highly encourage people to hear Ethan's story, the boy who wore blue.
Yep.
As his mother tells it.
Yep.
Stacey,
thank you
so much. And you can find out more about the book and other ways that Stacey and Jim, her husband, are honoring Ethan's memory. It's on our website, today.com.
Okay. Hey, Ray, how are you? Big Al, how are you?
Oh, I got something in my eye.
Uh-oh. The interview was very sad. You could tell that she wanted to cry
Yeah.
throughout the whole thing.
Yeah, worked for me.
And there's people out there that is bitching and complaining because she said that they wouldn't be attending the trial.
You know, people should shut up.
Well, I mean, if that's their way. Hey, Brian R, how are you? If it's their way of healing, then I mean, let them heal the way that they choose to heal.
Then people should shut up.
I mean,
Really, the nerve of people to tell a family how to grieve.
yeah, and literally, like it after the interview came out today of her with her on the Today Show. Uh, every article that I read was all about her and the family not going to the trial. It wasn't trying to like promote the book and because some of the proceeds are going to the foundation or whatever. It was all about them not going to the trial. It's like that's all that mattered.
I don't understand people. I
And,
just don't.
and yeah,
Some people I just don't get it. I don't get it. How do they sleep at night?
I don't know. And Callie Dunn said everyone has an opinion. You know what they say about opinions.
Yeah, we do.
But I mean, just bashing the family because they're not going. And I dropped the link again. If anybody wants to grab it, y'all are more than welcome to come up and join us.
Yeah, that she's rock solid strong.
Oh yeah.
I could never make it through something like that.
No, I mean
There's just no way.
She's lost a child. She still has the triplets that, well, Hunter and Maisie that she has to think about. They got them back in school. They're back at the college. So they kind of have to think about them. And I'm not saying like because the Gonzalez family, they have younger daughters, but I have to look at it differently because these were Ethan's triplets versus younger siblings. And I know it's no different, but in a way, you kind of have to treat it just a little bit different, if that makes sense. Riddler, how are you?
Well, I think it makes sense.
Doing just fine. Hi, Big Al.
Hey, what's up, brother?
Well, it's just hot and humid outside. More
Here
humid
too.
than hot.
Yes.
Not as bad as down south, but it's kind of icky up here too.
Oh, it gets real humid in Minnesota. A lot of people don't realize that.
Oh, it does.
In the summertime, with I used to say, land of 10,000 lakes, but there's more than that.
10,000 lakes. I mean, and 15 billion mosquitoes.
Right.
They're so bad right now. It's they actually have the University of Minnesota up here at the hotel in town to study the mosquitoes.
They got big ones up there.
Yeah, we got huge ones. They got their own zip code for sure.
Let's see. Wait, where did I just see them? I just literally responded to it. Miss Faithful said Maddie's family will have no other children, and that is true. Maddie had no siblings, so that family, no grandkids, nothing like that.
Yeah, I wonder how the families are interacting. I hope I don't want to use the word bonding, but I hope they're leaning on each other through this because no one else can understand how they feel.
Right. And I seen where another YouTuber had put out today on Twitter that the Chapin family don't want to have nothing to do with the Gonzalez family because they don't agree with them. But how do you know that? Just because they're grieving differently, and one family is going to be at all of this with this trial, and then another one says that they don't want to be. It's going to, like, people heal differently, and it's going to be emotional no matter how you put it, whether you're there or you're not. It's going to be emotional for the families. So if they rather be at home and deal with the emotions, then let them be at home and deal with the emotions.
See, I'm glad I didn't see that tweet because I would be all up in that. Also, you talked to them. Well, when was that conversation?
I mean, it's ridiculous, and And she even says it's not going to change the outcome whether they're there or not, and that is true. And it's all negative energy from him. And I even heard someone else say, well, maybe she doesn't want to give Brian the satisfactory of him seeing them cry. So kind of got to take that into consideration too. They're not giving Brian his way.
Are you having a rough internet connection day?
Who, me?
Yeah, you're bouncing in and out of robot.
No, my internet is fine.
Okay, you were just bouncing in and out of the robot voice there a little bit.
Okay, well, it did storm here earlier, and it was lightning real bad. And but let me make sure I took my Ethernet out of the back of my computer when it was storming real bad. But it's in there, so that shouldn't be an issue.
Just figured I'd let you know.
Hopefully, it doesn't keep doing it.
You were doing the C3PO thing there for a minute.
Well, let me know if it keeps doing it.
I will.
Okay. Hey, Stevie, how are you? But it shows that everything's fine, so maybe it may just been from the storms today.
So many wonderful people in chat tonight. My goodness.
Yeah, and the Astro from space, how are you? So all these wonderful people who haven't hit the thumbs up, y'all need to go hit the thumbs up.
I understand that. I come in right when I get the alert about the live, and I click it right away so I don't forget. Because I'll forget. So as soon as I see the alert, it's like, I just click on the thing and jump in, hit the thumbs up, and jump out and come back when you start.
Thank you, Mandy Joe. And how are you tonight? A lot of new faces in here tonight, which is awesome. Thank you, Summer. Kim, thank you. Hey, Snap Sharon, how are you? See, the families are living the horror. We are more bystanders trying to understand. I mean, unless you've went through it, I don't think we really can understand it. Just know that I know that they're hurting.
That's why I said I hope they're leaning on each other at some point, because they're really, truly the only ones that can understand the horror and the gravity of what happened.
Right. And just people, no matter what they do, though, people are going to judge them. But I mean, damn, over just the stupid stuff. They haven't done anything wrong. They haven't done anything wrong. Just leave them alone and let them do what they feel is the best way for them to do it and cope with it. It's just, and Kim, I agree. Parents should never outlive their kids. It must be horrendous. That is true.
Yeah, I don't have any children, but I can't imagine. Can't imagine.
And them going to the trial. Now, don't get me wrong, because Gonzalez's family and I believe Maddie's family are going to be there for the whole thing. But they have said that, like, the bad stuff. Hey, Agape Love, how are you? The gruesome stuff, I think is the word that they might have used. They're not going to be there for, which is understandable too. But just imagine how hard it would be for a parent to go sit in court and listen to the bad things that happened to your child, and the person who was accused of doing it is just sitting mere feet away from you. The thought of that.
Where does Ethan's family live at?
Washington.
Okay.
So they're not too awful far, but they're not like super close either.
I haven't seen the courthouse, but I don't know what parking looks like. I don't know the size of the courtrooms.
It's not really that big. From what I could tell when he was in court the other day, it didn't look like it was a very big courtroom.
And if you don't get there before the courthouse opens, I guarantee the parking's going to be taken up.
Oh, for sure, because they got a whole staging area for just the media, and I'm pretty sure the room itself they're going to have a spot for the victims' families and for Bryan's family, and then they'll have a spot for the media, and then the spot for, like, I guess the first come first serve people who want to be there for it. But still, you're literally in the same room with the person who did this to your child.
Well, we gotta
Oh, I'm sorry. Go ahead, Big
I
Al.
was gonna say we got to say a prayer for BK because I don't want him to get lucky and get killed in jail. I
Yeah.
hope he lives through this trial.
Oh, yeah, because I mean, he needs
And
to be held accountable.
if he is the one, and the evidence comes out like some of us think, I want him to be accountable 100%
Right.
for this.
He,
I want the family to get that closure because they 100% deserve it,
yeah, he needs to be held accountable for it.
And
and
don't
he
forget
deserves justice.
and don't forget the parking for the jury.
They'll probably bring them in on a bus.
I hope so. I hope they have them parked somewhere else and then
Yeah,
bring them in.
they'll bring them in on a bus.
Yeah, that way nobody will know who they are except for just the people who in
Now,
the
do you think
courtroom or
here's a
whatever.
question that I haven't heard any of us ask?
Okay.
They going to sequester this jury? Because we know it's going to be a media freaking circus.
I would think that they would.
I'd like to see a poll on that if you got a minute to throw one up. Because I was thinking about that today. God, I wonder if they're going to sequester this jury, and if it's 8, 10, 12 weeks. I mean, it's a long time, and this thing could run really long. There's a lot of evidence.
Yeah, because as of right now, they have it scheduled for October the 2nd, and it's supposed to end November the 12th. Now, of course, it could end earlier than that, or it could go past that.
Yep. I mean, past that is really into the Thanksgiving holiday.
Right. And the way they got it now, hey, Lady V, how are you? And the way they have it, literally, if it ends on the 12th, that's like the day before the murders.
But how are you going to be, as a juror in a small town, how are you going to be able to stay away from, number one, conversations, and number two, just the onslaught of digital television, newspaper? I mean, it's going to be just a media circus. It's going to be crazy. So I would think they'd almost have to sequester them.
Okay, I'm just making sure that I got sequestered.
M. Faithful said, have they said if cameras are allowed? It sounds like still cameras will be.
I think, if I'm not mistaken, they are supposed to have a court date for that.
I would bet on a pool photographer for sure. They're going to have one photographer release everything to all the media because they're not going to let 15 cameras in there. There's not enough room. And I really think they're not going to live stream this.
You don't think?
I don't think they're going to do it. The more I think about it, I don't think they're going to do it. And it's just an opinion. I don't really have any basis for it, but something's telling me that they're not going to.
I don't know. They may not. Lady V, how are you?
I'm good. How are you guys tonight?
Doing good.
Yeah, I agree with you guys. I don't see how they're not going to get sequestered.
Lady, every time you come in and hear that Kenny Rogers song.
What song?
Lady, I'm your knight in shining armor.
Kenny Rogers.
Didn't Little River Band have a song called Lady?
I think so.
Lady.
I hear the Kenny Rogers one, though, every time.
So, Mandy Joe is saying, I doubt it'll probably be like the Vallow, if any, considering the gag, which we got the audio after each day that it was of a court. So
I think it's going to be the end of the day. We'll get it, and then we're all going to crack out on it.
I mean, I did it with Vallow. I'll do it with this one too. Hey, Sally Mae, how are you? I mean, like I said, there was a lot of us was in here for Vallows till like 6, 7 o'clock in the morning. And hey, Lisa,
God help me. I don't know if I can make it through that.
Cynthia, how are you? And you're very welcome, and thank you for joining us. I mean, if they don't live stream it and they don't give us the video of it, I will be happy with the audio because that is better.
Yeah.
Nothing and having to wait for the media to come out after court is over with each day and have to jot down a bunch of notes and on what was said and play videos and all this and that. It would just be a lot easier. Hey, Cricket Moon, how are you? It would just be a lot easier just to play the audio. That's all they give us.
I'm just gonna bring my camper down, park in your front yard, and I'll let you pump off my Starlink, and
That'll work.
we can listen together.
That'll work.
Do you think the trial's going to be there in Moscow?
No, I don't.
I don't.
I think change
so.
of venue is coming.
Because
do
I
too.
think Ted Bundy, they moved his from Pensacola, Florida, which is near Alabama, if anybody's unfamiliar. And they moved it all the way down to Miami, which is almost 10 to 12-hour drive.
Oh, wow.
And his was held in Miami, Florida, or Miami, as it's supposed to be
Yeah,
pronounced.
Miami.
Oh, Lord, I cannot type tonight.
What did I
Jen-
miss?
Let me find a comment real quick. Okay, so Jen E4 says, didn't they say that Court TV won the media pool coverage? I'm going to have to go back through the court documents to see, because I do remember that, but I don't remember if that's for the trial or if that was for the prelim before they did the grand jury. I'm going to have to go back and see, because I want to say that they said that they were going to have a court date to discuss cameras in the courtroom for the trial.
Agape Love thinks they're going to have it in Missouri, my home state.
Hey, No Way, how are you? Well, somebody else I was supposed to say. Cammy Q, how are you? I don't know. I don't think they're going to do it in Latah County, though. I just don't. I think the jury, I don't think they're going to be able to pull a jury from there.
I think they'll go to Boise.
Mm-hmm. That's
Yeah,
what I'm
I
thinking.
think they'll go to the closest bigger town.
Because it was mentioned either Coeur d'Alene or Boise, and I think Boise is bigger than Coeur d'Alene. I think that's where they're going to end up getting it.
Yeah, I do too.
So now, I just read something today, and I wrote this down, and I generally haven't been taking notes for your lives, but the prosecutor claims they handed over more than 20,000 pieces of evidence.
Oh my word!
Wasn't that with the documents and everything?
Yep. Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Plus
20,000 pieces.
How do you even start to go through that?
You hire a team of people.
No kidding, a large team.
Just think, all that we know of, there's Ann Taylor, the Masseth attorney. There's Jay Logsdon. Who was the other one? Was somebody else mentioned on that team, and I don't remember who it was. I'm pretty sure, though, that they've got more than just those 4 people that is going through like 51 terabytes of stuff, plus the 20,000 or however documents. It's going to take them a while to get through it. And they actually dropped. Let me go to the website real quick.
See, that's why I think they asked for it, because I think they wanted to pretend that they wanted a speedy trial, but at the same time asking for every little bitty tiny itty bitty thing that they've asked for. I think they're using that to get a continuance.
They probably will. Once it starts getting closer to October, I'm pretty sure that'll get pushed back.
Maybe not, but it'll surprise me if they don't.
No, there are media outlets reporting that they're not going to be live streaming or live tweeting of the trial. Now, they haven't had a hearing on it, so I don't know how they're doing this.
So they're not even going to live tweet about it?
Well,
if it's not a live
like I said,
stream?
they haven't had a hearing about it yet, so I don't know how these. I've never heard of either one of these that I found.
I can't see Bryan Enton not tweeting it live.
I mean, if they're not, the live tweeting, that means you basically got to use your phone in the courtroom, and no judge is having that.
Well, they, like with Vallows, Nate Eaton, him and, I can't remember the other lady that was in there that was also live tweeting. They allowed the computers in there, but you couldn't use it for any type of audio or anything like that. So
how would they know if you're recording?
Well, and the one that they had on the Bell, I can't. I have trouble with his name. The Fleck or Belfield
Yeah, I
or
know who you're
whatever,
talking about.
they said that nobody could have their phone on in there except for media, and they had to be um, wearing their media badge, and
Hmm.
they were restricted to no pictures, no sound, no nothing.
Right.
They could tweet it.
Yeah, that's how Nate Eaton and them was doing it. Was like if you listen to Valo's audio, you can hear everybody in there typing
Yeah,
on their laptops. Trying to find where.
you could Letitia's too part of the time.
Let's see, because there was some documents that came out today. Most of them were for the different news people that were in support of a motion, but there is a motion hearing that's coming up on June the 27th. One of them is for the defendant's motion requesting release of the grand jury material under qualified protective order. That is at 1:30, and then they have one the same date and the same time. That is a motion hearing defendant's motion to make available records of all proceedings of the grand jury. So one is going to be for the material of the grand jury, and then having it put under a protective order. So those are both June the 27th, but I thought there was something else that was scheduled for the 27th as well. I just got to find it. That's a jury trial. Let's see, that's the 9th, because there is one coming up this Friday. Mr. Gray, his motion, and then Mr. Caron's motion. And then they have a motion to compel on the 27th at 1:30. So they've got 3 different things going to be happening on the 27th at 1:30. I swore there was something in here about the cameras. Maybe, no, that's not it. That's grand jury. Shit. I'll have to try to find it later on tonight. So June 27th is a holiday in H-Town. Is the 27th?
Yeah,
don't
so
see it.
what, 12 days from now? What is that?
The 27th
20?
is 3 weeks from now. We got one coming up this Friday. And then we've got 3 things on the 27th. So that's 3 weeks. Today, Monday or Tuesday? Today's Monday. So 3 weeks from tomorrow, Tuesday, it'll be the motion hearings for everything.
Are you following that possible SK in Oregon at all?
I wrote down the girls' names because I was going to look in to see when they went missing, just because some people were wanting to look into it to see if maybe Bryan might have had a connection to him before he was arrested. But it looks
really?
like,
I didn't know that.
yeah, there was a couple of people that was looking into that, but it looks like, from what I understand, that they went missing after he was arrested.
Well, no, it's been since this beginning of this year.
Yeah.
It's like the last 4 months.
And I did, hold on, I got them all wrote down. Because there was.
I just wondered if you were going to cover it or not. I didn't mean to change the subject.
No, you're fine. I do know that there was 2 of them that were found on the same day.
Yeah.
And then there was 2 of them that was found within 3 miles of each other.
Yeah.
About, well, let's see, the first one was found February the 19th. And then the other one was found April the 24th. And they were the 2 that was 3 miles apart.
Hey, Riddler.
Is Riddler still here?
Hi, Lady V. Yeah, I was trying to research something.
Oh, okay.
But I'm not getting anywhere with it.
We're being good boys and staying on mute when we're not talking.
68. Wait, Ray, I think you got that backwards. 68 watching and 144 likes.
When I was researching where Ted Bundy's trial was, it was in Miami. It also said that the lady that he married He met her at Washington State University.
Oh wow.
So that's where he worked at,
And didn't
or
he?
she worked at. I think he went to Washington though.
Okay, so Bryan went to Washington State University. I think Bundy went to University of Washington, wasn't it?
Right, but
Okay.
Yeah.
BK was working at Washington State University.
Yeah, he was working and a student there.
Right.
'Cause Washington State from University of Washington.
I'm sorry, I didn't hear you.
How far is Washington State University from the University of Washington? You know how far apart they are?
No, I don't. I'm thinking Washington. Just off the top of my head, is probably near the coast, the Pacific coast, whereas Washington State's near Idaho. But I'll look it up for you.
Let me see if I can Google it.
Just toss them both into Google Maps and hit directions.
I need to have Google Maps because I go to it so much. I need to have it sitting on my Brave homepage. Let's see. The women in Oregon are brunette like Ted Bundy victims.
Yeah, they are. They all look
Oh,
alike.
wow.
Too.
Well, once again, same thing with Danny Rolling.
Yeah.
They were all brunettes. They had the same part in the hair. The one that he tortured the worst looked like his wife. Some detectives said it looked like his mother. But
Well, I don't put.
my gosh, that was brutal down there in Gainesville.
Let's see.
And once again, there was a guy that wasn't supposed to have been there. This guy was like 6'1", 200 and something pounds. And he was very athletically built. And the lady that lived in the, I guess the apartment, she said, I'm coming back home if I don't get a roommate. So this guy was a friend of hers. He says, I'll come up there and stay with you. Well, Danny doesn't know he's staying there. But Danny Rowland goes into the house and nobody's there. So he's just going to sit and wait for him.
What the hell?
How'd you like to have that? And then there was dispute. Where did he hide at when they came in or she came in?
Well,
Whatever the case
BTK
may be.
did the same thing.
Right. Some hide in the attic. Some hide under a bed or a closet.
Okay, I'm putting Washington State University in one and University of Washington in the other. And it keeps popping up Washington State University for both of them.
What?
Okay, let me find University of Washington. Okay, so it's close to Seattle. I need directions. Washington State. Let's see if this will work. Washington State. Oh, it's taking me to Washington State University downtown. No, I need Pullman. So that's what it's messing up. Google Maps ain't wanting to work properly tonight, y'all.
Mm-hmm.
But let me just do, because they're both, one is in Seattle, one is in Pullman. So let's just do Seattle to Pullman. I think that would be easier.
Probably so.
4 hours and 39 minutes. So we'll just say 5 hours.
5 hours apart?
Yeah.
Wow.
I thought Seattle would have been further than that, but
Yeah, 285 miles in the mountains. I mean, it really depends on what time of year it is, whether or not it's raining, foggy,
snowing.
Is there traffic in the passes? I mean, that traffic in Washington and Oregon and northern Nevada and all that stuff is really weather dependent on time.
Well, it says 4 hours, 39 minutes. So I just rounded it up to 5 hours.
Yeah, I'd say it'd be at least 5 hours.
I remember when I was in West Virginia, we were traveling through the mountains and we were asking this. He was an elderly gentleman. He said, where do we turn at down here? Because this one road's not on the map. We want to make sure we're still on the same road. And it's only 90 miles. He says, this is about 3 hours down that road. I'm looking at him and said, boy, he must be dumb. 90 miles. Well, it was 3 hours. We're in the mountains.
Yeah, you
We're
get
used to
those
being in
mountains.
Florida flatlands, 90 miles an hour and a half.
Yeah, we drive through there pretty much every year, and it does take a while.
And that state earned its name, the Mountaineer State.
Mm-hmm.
I was
Should be called the shitty road state because a lot of their roads are pretty bad.
there's a lot of them around here like that in the deep south.
Yeah, Minnesota's bad too.
Florida's got probably the better roads in the south. They're not too bad. I mean, yeah, you get in some little country towns and you'll see some dirt roads here and there people live on, but your main drags, everything's marked, everything's well lit here in Florida. So I mean, it's not too bad.
Okay, I got a question for everybody. This is panel and chat. All right. So based on everything that we've heard so far, just the evidence that they're saying that they have, what they put in the PCA, everything. Are y'all convinced, just based off of what we've heard, if that Bryan is innocent or guilty, whichever way you think? Like, if you think he's guilty, are you convinced that he is? If you think he's innocent, are you convinced that he is?
I'm 75%.
Yeah, I'm same way. I think he is, but I don't know. Sometimes I wonder.
I want to hear the evidence before I say 100%.
Yeah,
I'm 99% sure he's the one that did it, but I'm also thinking there's going to be they're going to lose a lot of battles, the prosecution, but I think they're going to end up convicting him.
Okay.
Yeah, I think they will too. I just, the only thing that holds me back from saying that Riddler is the fact that so many things he did was so stupid. If it's true, like, how can you be that?
Well,
stupid?
he's not street smart. There's book smart and street smart.
Yeah, there is.
And there's people who can tell you how a 4-stroke engine works, but they're not mechanics. They can't go in there and turn the wrenches.
Right.
And that's what he reminds me of.
Well, Michelle thinks that he's guilty, but he had help. Oh Snap says, not enough facts for me. Baby Boop, how are you? See, Baby Boop says more innocent than guilty. So, it seems like it's probably about 50-50, whether y'all think he's guilty or innocent, but most of y'all are saying that still need more evidence.
If he's in that house at the crime, he's guilty.
Yeah, no, I get that. I just don't want to convict him until I hear everything. Especially, I really want to hear Dylan's testimony.
Hey, Tonka.
And Bethany's.
Well, if I hear more, because they're silent naturally, the defense, but as I start hearing more, it may tilt that scale of justice to the other side. And that's the way it is. It's worked on that scale. Which one can throw the most evidence or to counter, rule out the evidence, and who's going to have the best witnesses? Because the prosecution, that's one thing they can't pick. The prosecution and the defense, you don't have a choice of witness. It's what it is. And I don't know how Bethany or Dylan will respond on the stand, having to come there and look across that
that'd be scary.
floor and look at him and him eyeballing them.
Okay, so the Richard is saying that his challenge is keeping Riddler and Big Al separate. As I blindly listened last night, I was tagging Al when I later realized it was Riddler.
We have two different accents.
I know, right? I think you hit it on the head, though, Riddler. It really is. It's all about what they put forward, and with 20,000 pieces of evidence,
that's a lot of it.
The defense has to have a defense for every piece.
Right.
They don't have to prove anything.
but they're going to have a defense if it's
Yeah.
thrown at them. They're going to have a defense for that evidence.
Yeah, they're going to
Yeah.
have to be able to come back with
Exactly.
questions on a cross.
Yeah, definitely.
Yeah.
And that's a lot. I mean, and really, it's like two boxers. You know, and you're preparing for a fight against a guy who's a southpaw, but he's not.
Right. And I want to also know what the DNA evidence is and how much they have.
Well, I think, like Riddler said, if they have DNA that puts them in the
That's
house,
that.
guilty.
Yeah, that's that.
That's it.
Right.
Yeah.
And plus, we don't know what they've gotten out of the car. So that's going to play a huge part of it, too.
And see, we
Yeah.
don't have the minds of the jury. There could be
Mhm.
one juror, because I've seen it on here, and I talked to people in my circle. Well, if they don't have a weapon, I say they can't find a weapon, then he's not guilty. If they can't place him in that house with that weapon at the time that they say it is, he's not guilty. And I heard the same thing in the Murdoch case. How is it that the lady who passed away has DNA under her fingernails in the state it can't explain whose it is? Now, I don't know if it's touch DNA. I don't know if she got her nails clean that day. I mean, I wasn't that tight with it, but she had DNA under her fingernails, and it wasn't Murdoch's and Paul Paul's and everybody else that was in that circle.
Mhm.
Do
So
you think it's possible that Kohberger puts him in the house at a party to try and explain why they have any sort of proof that he was in the house?
Well, they have Halloween. They had a party Halloween.
Yep, they had a party. So does he put himself there at that party? You know,
I've-
I'm just spitballing, just throwing it out there. I mean, he may have to come up with an excuse of why that
I think
was
he's
there.
been in that house before.
I think so too.
Yeah, I do too.
I don't think that was his first time in that house.
No, I think he's been in there, and it could have been like a Halloween party. It would have been the perfect time if
Hell
everybody's
yeah.
dressed up in mask, and you don't know who's who, and you just kind of slip in and get the layout of the house and where the rooms are at and all that, and kind of just slip out undetected. But I fully think at some point he's been in that house to figure out the layout.
Wasn't there a video of a Halloween party or some kind of party there inside the house? There's a video of a party there.
I don't know if there's a video, but I have heard that there was a party that night.
Well, not that night, but I saw a video.
Well, a Halloween party. But I don't know if there's a video. If you can find it, can you send it to me?
Oh, I would love to find it. Yeah, I'll have to try to. And also, he could go on Zillow.
That's
see
what
the
I
layout
was
of the
afraid to say.
house.
Yeah.
But I still don't see how he can navigate in the dark in there and do all that. And what do we say? The like 10 minutes. I couldn't do it in 15.
Liza, see, she says, have you guys taken a look at Authorium Labs? It was on my radar today based on a comment on it. No, I haven't, Liza. Yeah, I think that house, I mean, just us looking at it, the way we're looking at it, like through the virtual tours, Zillow and stuff like that, you can probably get the layout of it, but firsthand, actually physically being there, you're going to be able to walk through a house and see where everything is at, where we're just kind of like looking at it through a lens.
Right. It's kind of like, you know where everything is, but at the same time, you've never physically been there to be for sure.
Right, because he's seeing where the furniture actually is. Hey, Rhonda, how are you? Crime Solver, how are you? You know, he's seeing where furniture is. He's seeing where that good vibe sign is. He's seeing where lights are at. If he was there, they're saying late at night and early in the morning times, he's seeing what lights they leave on when they go to bed. You know, we're just seeing an empty house with somebody that threw some beds in a virtual tour to kind of give us a better idea of where things were in the house. But I'm pretty sure there was a lot more stuff in that house.
Oh yeah, I'm sure. I can't believe they're tearing that place down before the trial.
I can't either.
That's just,
The only videos I can find are the ones the body cam videos of breaking up the party. That's it.
And both sides agreed to have it torn down. Am I correct?
Yeah, they did.
Yeah,
That's the
the-
confusing part.
Yeah, I don't understand why. Unless prosecution is sure that what they've got is good enough. I don't know. I think the house needs to stay.
I think they should wait until they get a jury and see if the jury wants to actually take a tour of the place. Like you said, to hear how everything sounds coming down the stairs, how things carry, how things don't.
Mm-hmm.
I would want to hear that if I was a juror.
The only problem with that is if they've taken everything out of the house
Yeah, that's true.
and the throw rugs are up off the floor and there's no beds in the rooms. With those hardwood floors, I mean, when I sold my last house, I had hardwood floors throughout. It totally sounded weird.
Yeah,
I
it's
mean,
going to
after everything was
reverberate
out,
even more. Yeah.
super loud. I mean, it just makes everything echo, and it's a totally different sound. So I don't know that that would be a fair representation, and maybe that's
Well,
why they're saying, yeah, if we're not going to keep
yeah.
everything in place,
And
Right.
I had thought about that too, but I think they should keep everything in place there because it is a crime scene.
well, the family's already got all the kids stuff, right?
Oh, I know that, but
Yeah.
Well, I don't know. Didn't Mr. Gonzalez say in like one of his latest interviews since the grand jury, he was asked if they got the stuff, and he said no, not yet.
Yeah,
Didn't
but
he say that?
is it still in the house?
No, it's I think they moved everything out to
Yeah.
a different facility,
Yeah.
but I think they got everything that they could get out to get back to the families. I think they got out.
I think they're doing it as quickly as they can because it's a blight on their reputation at that.
Right. And I've seen somebody say that they haven't done a date yet. No, they haven't given a date when they're going to demolish it, just that it's supposed to be this summer sometime. Hopefully,
Cricket Moon says the Gonzalez are pushing back
Pushing.
on.
yeah, they don't want it torn down until after the trial. So I don't know if the prosecution in the courts will listen to them or what, but it for sure needs to be. It needs to stay until after this trial. And people are screaming, well, they did 3D scans. Yeah, they did. But if there's a chance that that jury can walk through that house, that jury needs to walk through that house.
See, and I think
Right.
that's the sign of the times. You just said it. Well, we've got a 3D scan. I
But
agree with Tonka. What Tonka just said in the chat. Anytime there's a building, especially a house, I wholeheartedly, God, Tonka, I agree with everything you said in this comment.
Yeah, I do too.
Write it down.
Yes.
In
I
this
agree with
particular
her.
case, it should be available 100%.
Yeah.
100%.
Well, I can tell you
Yep.
this: standing in Yellowstone Park is different than watching it on TV.
Exactly.
Oh, hell yes.
So that right there tells you want to go in there and make sure what can you see when you come out of Dylan's room. How far is it? What can you hear from upstairs to the second floor? What can the first floor hear? Do
Yep.
stairs and floors squeak and crack?
Now,
That is
if it was going to be like 5 years, 10 years or something, I could kind of understand a little bit more, but this isn't going to go on that long. From
And
the
they
sounds
donated
of
it to the university. Nobody's losing any rent money.
Right,
No.
I mean, it can sit there.
right.
And I don't know if they even still have the power on. I know they did up until they boarded the window up, but
Well, there's no reason they can't just put steel grates over the windows, put a bitchin' alarm system in there, put cameras on it, and send that guard home.
yeah.
And they just put it out there that, hey, we catch you anywhere near this place, you're going to jail.
Yeah, right. But
Felony,
there would be
felony.
there would be somebody though that would try their best to sneak up to that house to try to get a picture inside the window.
Then you charge them with felony tampering with evidence and lock them up.
There would be some dummy that would take that chance.
I mean, there's alarm systems out there that you won't even see it,
Right.
and they'll be alerted to the motion or pressure sensor before they have a chance to get away.
Do you think when they start to tear it down, whether they bulldoze it or ever how they do it, people are going to try to get souvenirs?
100%.
Yeah. Yep. So the Richard in chat says, "Devil's advocate, how could the jury exploring the house help convict Kohberger?" Just in my honest opinion, just the sound of the house, just standing like somebody said in Dylan's door, and the direction of where she would be looking, and
Seeing
what,
if you could see Xana's room or not.
and just I think the biggest thing that they would probably, the jury, if they toured the house, would be the sound. If you're on the first floor, can you hear anything up on the second or third floor? If you're on the second floor in Dylan's room, can you hear what's going on in Maddie's room? Can you hear what's going on in Xana's room?
Okay,
I
now,
think
devil's advocate.
Well,
How
once
do you know what lights were on? How do you know what
Because the
noises were happening? How do you know?
because the lights that were on whenever this happened, they were still on that morning, and the cops never turned them off until like
You don't know
several days
you don't know
later.
that the kids didn't flip the light switches up and down in the 10
I,
hour, 8 hours
Well,
thing.
that's true, but I mean, they did their best to leave it lit the way they found it. Is what
Right,
I'm
but what I'm
saying.
saying is how do you know what her experience was when she opened that door? What could she see? You're literally guessing on what her field of vision was with the lighting
Oh,
that
very
she had.
true.
So
Yeah.
that
I
could go either way. It could hurt the prosecution or help them.
Now, I do think that the party lights that they have that was outside the screen or the sliding door that's up under the deck there, they had like
Yeah.
those party lights strung up out there. Uh, After the murders happened, a lot of people had taken pictures at night of the house, and those lights were always on. I'm thinking that the girls probably left those lights on at night too, just to kind of light up outside the door there. That those lights shining in through that sliding glass door could have been shining in towards Dylan's door, and that also could have helped her see
Right.
the bushy eyebrows. I just now thought about the party lights being up out there.
Do they have a video of the DoorDash delivery?
If I would assume, because they're
Yeah, the
able to
neighbor's
see,
camera.
yeah, they're able to see Bryan uh, pass by and go up to those apartment buildings that's next door to the house, to the girl's house. So there had to have been a camera on the back of one of those houses, and there had to be a camera in front of the house in order to see the car do a 3-point turn. So if they picked his car up going up to those apartment buildings, then they have to have a that DoorDash person on camera as well.
And see something else. If I'm a jurist, and after the prosecution says this is the order, they were deceased, this is the route he took, I want to go in the house and see if I can do it in that time. But that's why they want to get rid of it. They don't want to. That's my feeling. They don't want somebody to go in there and say, "Well, I can't do it. How did he do it?" And he may be in better shape than whoever else is on the jury.
We still don't know the particulars of the condition of each victim. How many times
they got hit?
Yeah. How many? What was? Who struggled? Who didn't? Where were they located? It just, there's a lot we don't know. That at that time, that 8 minutes just kills me. I just don't
Yeah,
understand.
it does make
I
just
don't.
don't see.
And I
I don't
still
see
want to
it.
see. I still want to see where this big fight took place. And I'm not saying it didn't happen, but once again, how do you do all this stuff in 10, 12 to 15 minutes?
Now, do you think we're gonna see crime scene photos, or do you think they're gonna blur them?
I doubt they'll let us see any pictures.
Yeah, those will be blurred out if there's a camera in the courtroom. If they have the camera pointing at anything showing the pictures.
Right.
And I wish they wouldn't, because what do you think you're going to see when you go one of these trials?
Right.
Exactly.
I mean, they could put those little warnings up there, graphic discretion and all that. And
Well, I
see,
suppose
some-
wouldn't it be open records unless the judge seals everything?
I guess so. I don't know Idaho's all their state laws.
Not that I want to see these things, but like you said, I'd like to see where that struggle took place. What were they looking at on the ground?
Oh, in the living room?
Yeah.
Yeah, there was something for sure there because they're whatever it was, like I said, you can see them all looking down, they're taking pictures, they're stepping over whatever it is, and you're not going to have a buckle swab for no reason in your hand.
Exactly.
Like she has the buckle swab in her hand and she bends down. Now it could have just the fight could have happened in there or started in there and ended up ending in Xana's room, and it could have just been red stuff on the floor in there, and they were, getting samples to do the DNA testing or whatever. But there was for sure something there, but I really don't think it was a body. I really don't, just based off of what the PCA says.
Well, when I think about the cause of death and the method,
Mm-hmm.
I have a problem believing that victims were completely immobilized right where they were when they were attacked. I mean,
Possibly.
stabbing is not something that just directly incapacitates someone immediately.
Right.
That is true.
Not in all cases. I mean, you would think someone would be like, "Oh my God, I've been stabbed," and they try to get up and move and try to go
Well,
get
it
help.
depends on where he stabbed him too.
Well, true, but I just there's
But
so
I
many
get your
particulars that
point.
I'm curious about because it just doesn't. It's not like you shoot somebody in the head; they're not moving.
Right.
That's it. They die right there. Stabbings not generally aren't like that.
Yeah, I get what you're saying.
Maybe that's maybe someone made it out of the room, I guess is what I'm saying, and that's what they were looking at on the floor.
Well, I thought either Xana or Ethan had gotten out of the room. It kind of sounded like maybe one of them had. If it's true what they said about somebody laying in the hallway.
Well, I just don't buy the timeline.
I
hope
don't
I'm
either.
wrong.
Yeah, I never
and I
will
hope they're
either.
the bigger experts than I am. But so far, I just cannot visualize this entire timeline of when he parked the car and where did he park it at, and how long did it take him to get to the house? How long did it take? Was the sliding glass door already open, or did he have to jimmy it to get it open? Then once he gets inside, I mean, the quickest place for him to go is through the kitchen and straight to the right. That's Dylan's room, right? If he came through that back glass door, that's the closest room. Am I correct?
Yeah, well, I missed
Yeah.
that.
Yeah. But
Did
they're
they
not.
make it a habit of leaving that slider open? Has
Well,
I
anybody
don't
said anything
know.
about that? Was it like normal that it was unlocked?
All I know is there's in one of the pictures, it looks like there's a chair to prevent the door from sliding. Now, I don't know if a detective put that chair there.
Oh, those stools.
Yeah, the
Yeah,
stools.
stools. I'm
Yeah.
sorry. Yeah, stools.
Yeah,
I don't
the
know if
stools.
they put them there or did they put them there that night before they went to bed.
Well, a lot of those sliding doors, you can buy a $5 suction cup from Harbor Freight, stick it to the door, and pick the door up out of the track and take it right out.
Exactly. Take a shovel, lift it right off the track.
I hate
Right.
to make that public information because I don't know that everybody knows that. But sliding glass doors, if you have one, you really need to cut a piece of wood that fits exactly into the door frame and wedge it in. Not
Yeah,
just
that's
rest
what
it in
I
there.
do.
Don't just drop it in there. It needs to be wedged in.
My
Right.
mother has a steel bar and they
Well,
still
the steel
got
bar
in.
helps. Yeah, it helps, but if you put one in
Because
the bottom track and it's
In the
wedged
bottom,
in,
yeah.
you're not going to get that door open.
well, you'll get the other door.
You
Once
might.
again, you lift it off the track.
Well, you might not be able. At my place, I was able to wedge it in there, and I couldn't lift it up because I tried it.
Well, that's why we
Because
didn't
I was
get
gone
them
for
out
weeks
of
at a
the house.
time with my job, and I was paranoid as shit about leaving my house.
And 90% of them, you can watch this on YouTube, they show you how to stick the screwdriver in there and lift up.
Yep, I've seen that.
Jeez.
Yep, it's all over YouTube.
And
Yeah,
once,
I mean,
and
there's
once
nothing
again,
you can't find.
and once again, how did Danny Rowling get into those apartments? They have sliding glass doors.
Yeah.
Lift right
That's
up on them. It went right
yeah.
in. There's
That's
so
why we
much in
didn't get
common
them.
between those two.
There really is.
There's a lot of things that aren't common because those girls got treated worse than these girls. I mean, you want to see something gruesome, go watch that video. It's about 45 minutes long.
Let's see. I'm just trying to catch up in chat real quick.
I mean, that guy even took out an 8-year-old boy with his mother and grandfather. That happened in Shreveport before he came to Florida.
Yeah, I'm still having issues with him leaving a witness behind.
I'm just thinking that maybe he didn't see Dylan.
Well, he had that, what did they call it? That visual snow.
Yeah, that's what we were talking about last night. Was like the visual snow and the peripheral vision part of it that some people have issues with. And I'm thinking that maybe, like I said, if she just had the door cracked and was just kind of like looking out of it, I don't think maybe he just didn't see her
Did you ever watch a video on that?
on the visual snow.
Yeah.
No, I haven't.
They have some okay, so I was really kind of surprised to see exactly what it was because it can vary a lot. From, like how when we see like lights or something before our eyes, and you get like that blindness kind of, or when you first wake up or whatever, and your eyes got like all these little points of lights and stuff come at you.
Right.
It can vary from that to like almost like watching a TV with snow on it.
Right.
Like in the older days, in my time. So I mean, it depends on how bad the severity was.
You mean back in the day when you had to put tinfoil on the rabbit ears so you could watch MASH?
Well, and then you had to stand there with your arm up and no, move that. Okay, now stand right there. And I'm
Who's
like,
the
I'm not
unlucky one
standing
that
here
has to
for an
stand?
hour, dude.
Yeah, who's the unlucky one that has to stand up so he can watch Dukes of Hazzard tonight?
Exactly.
Now Summer just posted in chat. Ted Bundy walked past one girl. Can't remember if he saw her or if he spared her.
You talking about it while he was in Tallahassee?
She didn't say, just that.
I think it was at the college she was talking about.
And by the way, that sorority house is still there, I believe.
Really? Oh,
Yep.
wow.
I think he used a log or a stick from out in the yard that he picked up before he went in there and just banged him over the head. And what was it? 2 passed away and 2 lived.
I think two survived, 2 passed, and then he left out and went down the street to another house and attacked another.
Again, yeah.
Oh, and I did some research for you. We kept asking, did he ever use a knife?
Uh-huh.
He was in my hometown. He went to a sporting goods store and he purchased a K-bar knife.
Whoa.
Really?
Get the fuck out of here. Really?
Yeah, my hometown. And we're about 2.5, 3 hours from Tallahassee. And the reason I know this, I know the owner of the store, and of course he's passed away now, but his sons run it. And it's called Green Acres Sporting Goods. And it's on the west side of Jacksonville, where he almost picked up a girl until her brother ran him off.
Wow.
And when they captured Bundy, I guess in Pensacola, they found that knife in the back of his vehicle, and it still had the sticker on there, the sporting goods store sticker on there, Green Acres.
So that's just another thing that is a similarity to this whole thing with what Bryan is being accused of.
Right. Only thing is, I don't know if he ever used a knife.
I don't remember him ever using it, actually.
Oh, wow. But it's a similarity.
It is very much.
Right.
That's
Maybe
crazy.
he had planned on using it to up
Now,
his game.
where he's different than Bryan, his was on campus.
Right.
That took guts. And
But as close as this house is to the campus, they might as well have been on the campus.
Well, the same thing with Danny Rolling down in Gainesville. His was off campus too, but they were apartments not far from the campus, and they dedicated a highway honoring those that he attacked. They had their names on some kind of wall there.
So Dietrich says another reason I don't think that he saw DM is because he returned to the scene. I wonder why. I'm curious to know, like, if was he coming back that next, well, later on the 13th that morning? Was he coming back because he realized he had left the sheet, or was he just coming back to see what was going on at the house?
I don't see that it would take him that long to realize he left that sheath. I
No,
mean,
I
he's
think
got
he'd
a
known
knife
right
in his
away.
hand. Yeah.
Or he got back to his place and went, "Oh shit."
Because I mean, I
But
would
you
be
had to
thinking,
walk out with it in his hand or something.
I would think maybe he got back to his house, was gathering up the clothes, the weapon, everything to go dispose of them somewhere, and realized, damn, I don't have the sheet. I must have left it there. Like after looking in the car, looking all over his house, whatever.
Well, with the adrenaline, it could be, I guess.
And maybe he realized, shit, I've left it back at the house. But he also could have just been driving back by there just to see if the cops were there and, you know, what
Why
was
nothing
going on and all
started yet?
that.
Yeah. Why there weren't any alerts or anything yet.
Right.
And,
If he got there at, what was it, 9:12 or whatever, and all these other kids were allegedly there at that time, he would have seen that
Right.
when he was driving by. Or, hey, Net Detective, how are you? Or wherever it was he drove to see what was going on at the house, if that's what he is doing, he would have had to have seen people.
now imagine if they don't have the knife sheath. I guess they still got the picture of his car in the neighborhood and near the house. What else
I
would they?
don't see how he didn't leave some DNA behind, either from sweating or if he was cut. I mean, some people say they thought his hand was maybe cut. Maybe that's why he was wearing the gloves for a while, or scratches or something.
Yeah, I find it hard to believe that not a single one of them really fought back to the point where he had some sort of something,
Right.
a bruise or something.
Or even just sweat.
Well, if he's wearing a mask and gloves and long sleeves and pants, I mean,
Yeah, but okay, so if you're
and
wearing,
the only thing popping out is his eyes.
well, yeah, but if you're wearing that and it's taking so much force, so much energy, so much adrenaline for him to do that, I could maybe see him leaving the sheath because of the adrenaline rush too. But
Yeah.
if you're doing that, then your balaclava and your mask or whatever, it's going to get wet. I mean, he's going to be breathing hard. That's going to get the mask wet. And
Can you
you would think
imagine
that
just
it,
with that mask covering his face and his mouth and his nose and the adrenaline and him trying to breathe
yeah,
deep breaths with that over his mouth and nose?
yeah, that's what I mean. I mean, I would think that it would have to get wet or something because of the air intake and output. And,
Does she sound like
and
she's breaking for anybody else?
Yeah, I hear it a little bit too.
Okay, y'all were all breaking up for me, so that means usually I'm about to get kicked. So if I do, just give me a few minutes and I'll come back in.
We'll leave the light on for you.
yeah, I just wonder if maybe his like mouth area or something, if they grabbed it or something like that and tried to pull it off of him, maybe there's some DNA from that.
Well, that's a really good point. That's a really good point. If they swabbed their hands,
I
and
mean,
like you
they could
said,
have
he was sweating through it. Maybe he didn't
that,
drop a drop of sweat, but they might have had it on their hands or under their fingernails.
or
Right.
just the fibers from the mask on their
Right.
under their fingernails or what? Because if
But
y'all
if they don't
remember,
have his mask, then the fibers don't mean anything. It would have to be his DNA.
but can they find those fibers on his headrest in his car?
Possibly.
I mean, it
Yeah,
might have
good
even
point.
just brushed against an arm or something.
Right. Because you remember the coroner said in the very beginning that before they took the kids, the bodies out of the house, and for whatever reason, people are still having a hard time with nobody saw the bodies being removed out of the house. Like, you really don't need to see that. Anyway, if you remember, though, the coroner did say that she put bags over all of their hands to try to preserve anything that was on their hands or under their fingernails. So we don't know. Maybe they did find something under one of their fingernails.
I mean, if even just one of them fought back, like they say Xana did, I would think that she would have had to been grabbing at his face as well as his hands, to try to
Just anywhere.
anywhere.
Yeah,
Yeah.
you'd be just flailing, trying to grab anything you can.
Right. I mean, she could have, and I know that it was said that he went to the doctor and allegedly the doctor didn't see any scratches or whatever. But did he get fully undressed in front of this doctor? Because he could have had scratches on his legs.
Right.
He could have had them on his body or anywhere like that. So, I mean, did he like take his shirt off and she see it? Like his body or what? Because if he didn't take his shirt off or pants off or whatever while he's in that doctor's office and he's got scratches all over his legs, she's not going to see it.
Well,
I know a lot.
if he did that, that's going to have more time in that little small time zone, because he's got to get dressed back again for Dylan to see him.
No, we went to the doctor. Did he?
That's when he went to the doctor.
Yeah, like did he have to take his shirt off whenever he went for whatever it is that he went for? Like, did the doctor need him to take his shirt off so she could examine whatever he was going for? Because I don't even really know what he was going for, but he could have had scratches on his body or his legs or whatever. Especially, let's just say that one of the victims was on the floor, which we know that's where Xana was found. He's up above her. She could have been grabbing his legs.
Right.
And
well, see, that's another.
Grab his legs, kicking, flailing.
Right.
I mean,
Well,
but
that'll
again, if he's not there for a full physical, even if they're listening to his heart or his lungs, a lot of times they'll do that through a T-shirt.
Yeah, they don't. Yeah.
Or just slide it under the T-shirt. It's not like they're examining your body.
Well, that'll be another one that'll be subpoenaed to the court. The doctor. Did you notice any bruising, scratching, marks?
Oh, that doctor's going to be on the stand for sure.
Okay, so Crime Solver says if hold on, let me find it. All right, so question, please. If they go for the DP and he is found guilty, but the jury doesn't convict on DP, what then?
I believe it goes to life, doesn't it?
Yeah, it would get to life then.
Without parole.
Right. Yeah, I don't see if he gets life. I don't, because sometimes they'll give people like, well, you get, what is it, like 25 to life or whatever.
Right.
I don't see that. Yeah, no. I don't see that.
And I bet you he has to serve life for each one of those. So that'll be 4 life sentences. That way, if he appeals, he's got to appeal all 4 of them.
Right.
No, and they'll run them. What is that? Consecutive instead of concurrent.
Currently, right. Yep.
I think they're going to make sure that if he did it and they can prove it beyond a shadow of a doubt, they're going to make sure he never leaves the jail alive.
I certainly hope so. Because if he did this and he gets out, I would almost bet you he would do it again.
Oh, for sure.
He enjoyed it too much.
I think he's enjoying this whole thing, to be honest with you.
I think he's enjoying this part more than he's enjoying the killing.
Yeah, he's liking all the action. He's liking the whole court thing. It's just, it's a game to him.
But I also don't think he's enjoying jail.
No.
But that's the jail part comes along with it. So
and he ends up in general population somehow. He's going to enjoy it a whole lot less.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah,
but I don't know because they keep BTK in solitary.
Brenna Gator, thank you so much for that super chat. She says, thank you for sticking to the facts, but being willing to listen to everything else at Riddler from Jax too. Well, thank you, Brenna Gator. That was very nice of you.
Go Gators. And go Jaguars.
Let's see. Rosie said pissed off he has cable TV. I don't get that. Yeah, they said that he has cable TV and that he watches anything that he can about his case.
And he reads the Bible a lot, they said.
Right. And that, yeah, there was Ashley Banfield had put a video out, and I thought that it was going to be of the actual pastor that goes in to talk with Bryan, and come to find out it wasn't even the pastor. It was a different guy that goes in there. Because I mean, I was really wanting to hear not necessarily what Bryan has told him, but just what Bryan is like behind bars.
Is his faith Jewish or Kabbalist?
I think he's Catholic, right?
I don't know.
Hey, left-handed, how are you? I want to say somebody said he was Catholic.
Yeah, I don't know. I don't remember that.
It was either Catholic or oh, was it Kim? Is it Catholic?
Methodist?
I want to say either Methodist or Catholic.
Yeah.
I want to think Catholic though.
I was thinking Lutheran also.
But what was the church that they said that his parents went to? Was it a Lutheran church?
I don't remember.
Left-handed, I'm doing good, thank you. Oh, I can't remember, but there was a church that was named that his dad or that his parents went to.
Yeah, I don't remember which one of those it was, but I think it was one of those.
The religion of the Idaho quadruple murderer has emerged ever since he was arrested for the killings. Whether the suspect is Catholic or Jewish has been a subject of much debate.
It started with an okay. So King Scarlet said it started with an A.
Apostate?
Anglican?
Anglican? Yeah. Might be
Hold on. I know the word. I'm trying to think of it.
Agnostic?
Yeah, that's the word.
Oh, boy.
Apostolic, something like that, Sally Mae. No, it wasn't agnostic or atheist or anything like that. It was apostolic, I think is how you pronounce it.
Yeah,
That may be the one that I'm
apostate.
thinking of. But I know that Catholic had been brought up because DeSales University is a Catholic school. Let's see, but don't
The
you have to be
article I'm
Catholic
looking
to
at say numerous assumptions have been made regarding his religious beliefs. Nonetheless, it's currently unknown and has unconfirmed what religion he truly practices.
Okay, and Roger says, but don't you have to be Catholic to go to DeSales? I don't know,
yes.
Roger. That's a good
DeSales
question.
University is a Catholic affiliated university.
But
So
you
would
have to
he
be Catholic.
would he have to be Catholic to go there then?
You don't have to be Catholic to go to Notre Dame. I can tell you that.
Yeah.
Okay.
I don't think you have to be. It's just affiliated.
Okay.
And obviously, if you are, you probably got a better chance of getting in, I would think.
Probably.
Okay.
There's a shit ton of articles on Google about his religious affiliation. A lot more than I thought I was going to see.
Wow.
Oh wow.
There's a ton of them.
Yeah, I know that the Catholic had been brought up. Lutheran had been brought up. There was several different ones that I remember being brought up over the last since his arrest. All right, Richard, I'm bringing you up. How are you?
Hey, aloha guys. How is my audio? Can you hear me?
Yeah, I'm gonna cut you down just a little bit on my end though.
Sounds good.
What's
What's
up,
up,
coming
people?
through my headset.
Hello.
Aloha nui loa. Good to see you all.
Good to see you. How are you?
Welcome.
I'm busy AF, though I love listening to you, and I kind of wanted to jump in. I told you I would sometime this weekend.
Well, thank you for coming up and joining us.
You guys are awesome. I love each of you. Just do what you got to.
Oh.
I'm the only one on video. Shall I dance? I guess.
You asked some good questions, Richard.
I definitely have questions. I don't know if they're good, but I definitely have questions.
Okay, so what is some of your questions? I know you said that you have some opinions on this, so I would love to hear them.
Wait a minute, he's got a pumpkin behind him.
By the way, I classify myself as goth, so I do a lot of like creepy stuff. You can see my nails are painted black and everything.
I can tell by your background.
But that's perfectly fine. We welcome everybody.
Yeah, I had nothing. I had nothing to do with it.
I know, and I welcome you as well. That's good.
All right,
I think it's cool. You have a pumpkin back there.
What is your theories, opinions, questions, whatever?
No, I find everything that you say, you guys have been discussing very, very, very fascinating. I'm still curious as to, okay, well, I guess a major one would be, if it's not Bryan Kohberger, what is our reality going to look like? Because we're focusing, everybody are the media on all of our channels are so laser focused on him and his judgment. Though, what if he gets dropped like immediately, like in the next any day, and all of a sudden we realize, oh my gosh, this case is bigger than we thought.
Okay.
Well, then everybody's going to be pointing fingers at two places. The Porton SK, he's done moved on. And the other one is all this goofy stuff we're hearing about drugs.
Right.
That's going to, those two there are going to blow up quick.
Worse than what they already are.
Right.
Keep talking. I'm going to try and add my volume so I can hear you a tad bit better. Okay.
That leads the question, to Richard, are they done investigating? Or do they feel like this is the guy, the only guy, this is it? Have they closed their investigation?
Nah,
we don't know that.
Yeah, I mean, it's a question, probably not.
Well, no, it's a good question, that Big Al, because somebody from Fox or CNN or Court TV is going to stick a mic right in that state attorney's face and says, where do you go from here now?
Yeah, who are your other suspects?
Who's number two? Now who you want to blame?
Here's my logic to how that could play out. Now, I've had a couple solid theories. Now, when I came into this case, I think it was the third week of December, so I was about a month behind. Though I save everything that I watch in a playlist, and I've got like about 560 videos of your guys and others that I've set in there. So I'm able to go back and see them in the order in which I watch them. There's a few ideas that I've had. My very first thought, and some of these are documented via text or whatever. Some of my theories were documented. My very first thought had to do with him and his father. I'm not going to venture into that right now because though my other one is that his profession, everything that he's been doing his entire professional adult life has been leading to him becoming the best that he can be in criminology, in studying serial killers, in studying murders and everything. And a little flip side would be maybe he was studying somebody who actually did this. I mean, that is major possibility. I'm not leaning towards it at this second, though. It's still out there. Maybe he was studying the individual. I really am leaning towards, because we've got certain things that we know, or certain things that have been said. They said that they were able to clock the time frame from the survivors' phones.
Right.
Now, I know it's popped up that it's been the deceased, their phones as well. Though, if it's the survivors' phones, now specifically, I've heard a little bit more emphasis on Bethany. So if Bethany's phone was utilized, and she's at the very bottom floor, and also she's the only one who was subpoenaed to potentially exonerate him, my brain went into the possibility that he was with her, though even if he was with her in that house, that would not exonerate him because he would be in the house of where he is suspected to have done this. The only way that he would actually be exonerated is if there there was a if they were filming themselves. Let's just say they were playing checkers and they had a camera going and they were laughing so hard as they were playing checkers. Okay. You know how loud it gets when you play checkers. Though the camera was recording them, you see them exactly where they are. They're on the bed, playing checkers. Though the audio captures what happens up above.
We don't know what she was doing on TikTok, what Xana was doing on TikTok.
Well, that's the thing, though. We don't know anything about what Bethany was doing. Xana was on TikTok, yes.
Right.
So I'm only talking about Bethany because she's the one who can or they believe could exonerate him. Now, so yeah, essentially, I'm saying they might have been bumping uglies and filming it because there is that theory, and I was thinking this way before it came out recently, but that they were doing OnlyFans type stuff, this and that. All right, that's only one little idea, though that would fit all the pieces. Exonerate him, prove that he did not do them because you could actually hear them happening up above, and it would put him there. Also, explain his car in the area.
That's true, Bread to Kill. We don't know if Xana was on her own TikTok.
I'm not talking about Xana.
No, I know. I was answering Bread to Kill you back.
One issue that I see with the whole OnlyFans thing is they're not listed in any of the warrants.
Well, I'm not saying it was particularly that.
Well, right, but I mean, we know what subpoenas they put out,
True.
And what they looked for with warrants. So I don't know. I did see in the one that I noticed, I hadn't noticed it before, but there were Tinder accounts that they were asking for information on.
Now, is Tinder the dating one? Is that the?
It's a hookup thing.
It's a hookup thing? Okay.
Yeah.
You know, I had no idea what that was before this case. The OnlyFans thing, I had no idea what that was.
Oh, it's not only adult stuff. I've been interested in doing it for my art because I found out you can actually have an art page do like regular, normal, gothy, creepy stuff instead of sex. Anyway.
Yeah, I think it's pretty much for anything, a lot other things than what bring it up in this case.
Yeah.
That it's used for.
Huh.
Yeah, it doesn't have to be sexy time.
I don't know. This case is just crazy.
Well, what about this? Oh wait, did I just have a brain fart? Wait, hold on.
I have those often.
Oh man, I was about to come out hard. I had the greatest idea in the world. What was it?
I tell you what I like to see. I like to see Bethany's response to law enforcement when she got interviewed.
Yeah, she's the wild card, that's for sure.
Because that's where the defense is going to Bethany for them to have that evidence that he can be set free right now.
Wow.
I just wonder what this investigator is thinking that he found that is exculpatory.
Yeah.
When it comes to Bethany.
Well,
wouldn't it be crazy if they were hooking up?
I mean, because I said that. What if she comes out and she's his alibi?
Right.
I mean, what other exculpatory evidence could she possibly have?
Right.
Well,
and
you know,
just because they were doesn't mean that he didn't do the deed.
That's where my filming of the activity comes into play, because that's the only way that we could actually, I mean, unless it's doctored, though, I mean, that's a tad bit too AI. We're not there yet. Um, if they were actually filming themselves,
Which is not unheard of.
it's totally not. It's totally not. Definitely not. I mean, it's the only reason why, because I was troubleshooting, I was spitballing, listening to all of the various, and you guys see me in every single channel. I do pop in and I study and I listen to everything. And I'm a board game designer, and I started thinking of this whole scenario like Clue, or Cluedo as it's known in the UK. Um, we're trying to put these pieces together, and we're only getting little bits here and there, and a lot of them are not true. So you have to figure out what are the only facts. Well, if it was stated, and I believe it was stated in writing, that her phone, in particular, the DM and BF's phones were utilized to clock the times, then how could it clock the time? Just because she's there doesn't mean they would have to have audio or something.
Yeah.
There has to be something. So, and if she can exonerate him, and he's already supposed to be in that area, then that must mean that they were together. If she can exonerate him in some way or form, maybe they weren't knocking boots. I don't know. Though maybe she was outside smoking a cigarette, and he came out and he bummed a cigarette, and they smoked crack or something, and they filmed it, and it got the audio upstairs. I don't know. Though it
Oh, what if they matched on Tinder and she invited him over? By the way, Richard, your cat was totally cracking me up there for about 5 minutes. Cute as hell.
Scrappy Doodles with the biggest eyeballs I've ever seen on it.
Well, it was sitting behind you on the back of your chair cleaning itself. It was cute as shit.
Yeah, usually it's
I
me
love
behind him when he's streaming. I go behind him and start cleaning myself. This guy, Scrappy Doodles, and he loves to suckle. I'm sorry if that's a awkward word. He loves to suckle. He was weaned too young.
He's a pretty baby.
He's a big ass motherfucker.
I couldn't figure out what I had to enlarge the screen because I was like, what in the hell is he got a parrot on his fucking shoulder? What is that? So I made it full screen and I'm like, oh, it's a cat. Okay. All right.
I'm gonna watch it back in replay. I might even
you have to enlarge it because you can just barely see his little the white part of his face. I'm like, what is that? It's just funny. Sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt with that, but that's cracking me up.
Brad is wanting to know, and I think he asked this last night too, and I'm like him, I'm so stuck on why the police came out in the beginning of the investigation and said that the murders happened between 3 and 4.
Right, and then they changed it 4 or 5.
Right, but they do say in the PCA that based off Dylan and Bethany's statements to law enforcement and what they got off of their phones, led the police to believe that the murders happened between 4 and 4:25. But they should have known that by their statements the day it happened on the 13th. So why did they originally come out and say between 3 and 4?
Yeah, I don't know. That's always confused me.
And they use the word and they use the word occupants, plural.
Occupants, yes. There were others there when Fry was questioned. There were were the roommates there? Oh, there were others there, or however he worded it. There were other occupants there. Is what he said in that thingy.
And it's also occupants with an S on the Lantra.
On the oh yeah, good God, man. Okay, so that whole Elantra thing is it's really irritating. Now let me go ahead and put that I'll put that on the record, and I'll tell you last year, 2022, I found this news thing about 2 months ago, 3 months ago, or whatnot, that Elantra, is it Hyundai? Hyundai?
Hyundai.
Hyundai, they're being sued. They and another company, are car company, are being sued because last year, 2022, around June, around 1 year ago, uh, someone on TikTok was giving away the secrets of how you can use phone chargers to hack into Elantras and take them for joyrides. This
Yeah,
is
it's an epidemic right now in Minnesota and Chicago and Milwaukee. And
So yeah, it's a real deal. So even if it was his car, like in that instance where they maybe saw him, but they know that he wasn't there, that kind of thing.
Well, but that's 12 other times then that it wasn't him.
They're just looking at visuals. They don't. Well, okay. Hold on. The 12 other times was within what, a 20-mile radius or something, and not always pinging to the closest one. It's just too loose. I'm not saying he didn't do it. I'm just saying it's too loose. It's not really legit, I don't think.
Are the towers between Moscow and where he resides at in Washington?
I think there was one, wasn't it, Big Al?
there's one in the
One or-
Moscow area, but we didn't. I don't know that we ever really looked at every tower between.
I know there was 3 total in the area, I think.
There's 3 in Moscow, and then
Or something like that.
there's several repeaters, but there's 3 towers in Moscow that they're using for the major carriers.
Well, what I'm saying is while he's in, was it Pullman?
Yeah.
Is that the name of the place in Washington where he resides?
Yeah.
If he makes a phone call from there, will it ping to the one in Moscow?
Whichever one has the strongest signal.
Well, it's the strongest.
Closest.
Yeah, it's going to be the closest from the device.
Well, not
The signal coming out of the cell phone tower has nothing to do with what it receives. It's the strength of the signal coming from the device.
coming from the device. Okay, well that's
Correct.
the first time I've heard that though, because
Yep.
I have heard that it's usually the. It doesn't have to be the closest tower. It just has to be the tower that gets the strongest signal. Okay.
It depends on which communication you're talking about. You know, is it initiated from the phone like a ping, or is it coming from another device through the tower to the phone? It's a two-way communication thing. Is it receiving or transmitting? Well, if it's transmitting something, then you're going to get the signal from the strongest tower.
Well, I can show you documentation where one of the leading experts in the nation says that they're going to use the pings off them towers. It's going to cost them the case. And this guy is the leading expert on phone.
I'd love to read that.
Okay,
Yeah.
Share that in the back chat.
I haven't heard that.
yeah, he's the leading expert. And
When did that come out? Is this
I'll go check on it now. Okay.
What I'd like to know is how does he know what they show? Because everything is sealed. It's all gagged.
Well, no. He may not. The individual may not know anything about the case. He's able to, by historical records, able to gauge and say this is how it normally happens. That's what I'm thinking. And I'm getting your voice right. So I was just talking to Big Al, right?
Yeah. Yep.
All right. Cool. And Riddler sounds like a friend of mine. All right. Okay.
Riddler sounds just like Cat Turd. You know, if you know who Cat Turd is on Twitter, he has a podcast and it's awesome, and I highly recommend it. It's called In the Litter Box.
I'm gonna have to watch that.
You can
said
find it.
something
You
about
can find
the
it
other
on
day.
Google Podcasts. It's called In the Litter Box with Jules and Cat Turd. It's politically motivated, but it's political comedy and
I'm gonna look
satire
that
too.
right now.
So it's really funny.
Litter box.
That's funny. But
funny. I would like to know what he's basing that opinion on, because with my experience with CDMA and different cellular radios, we would definitely connect to the strongest signal to initiate transmissions.
So you would connect to the strongest signal, as in strongest tower?
Yes, the strongest signal that's available to the radio, because the radio will pick up any tower within, if it can pick it up, it'll pick it up. But the radio will actually make the determination on which one to use to initiate communications.
Exactly. Perfect.
Now,
Perfect.
for
Hey,
speech, I don't know. I didn't deal with speech. I'm just talking about data. Because with what I did with vehicles and trains and buses and trucks, we had to make sure we had a full data stream because it was a lot of data going out.
Hey,
They
I'm
used
gonna.
to
I'll
tell
connect.
us the same thing about voice, though.
Well,
When they
I don't know
taught
for
us,
sure because I didn't do voice. I
yeah,
did data.
when they taught us, they said the same thing about voice.
Oh, okay.
I thought you said boys.
No, voice.
Boys and girls. Like, well, they told us the same thing about boys when we were growing up.
No, no.
Yesterday, I was at this antique store with my mom, and I got a satellite radio. I haven't tried it out. It's used, though it's still going for about $125. I bought it for $5. Uh, it's a satellite radio, all the chargers, got a remote control and stuff. So I might need to connect with you, Al, if you know anything about that kind of stuff.
Most of the stuff, if I don't know it, I know someone who does. And I can certainly help you out. Now, Pullman, I show three FCC registered towers in Pullman.
Okay.
And like Moscow, they're positioned very strangely. So I'm thinking that there's other towers that aren't FCC registered, like repeater towers on the side of like a building, or that people are just renting out space on. A lot of times you'll see like an office building with the cell panels on the side of it.
Right.
Somebody's purchased the equipment to repeat, and they don't make as much money as running a tower, but they go into a building and they go, hey, I want to put these towers on the side of your building. I'll give you $500 a month. And they have someone come in, wire the shit up on the side of the building, and then they charge for access. They don't get as much as an actual tower.
No,
Okay.
and they're going to end up pinging off of an actual tower.
But they're not. Yeah,
later.
depending on the service provider, you know that. I mean, AT&T may allow their phones to ping off of anybody's equipment.
Right.
Verizon might say no to that. I would think a lot of these, like Straight Talk and the American Cellular Network and all these other ones, they probably the cheapest route.
Yeah.
Well, like Mint Mobile is, they're not a sponsor of me, though they do sponsor some of my affiliates. I can come to find out they utilize T-Mobile, because they're online only, and then I remember using Cricket and a couple others, and all of those little channels would attach themselves. I don't know what the negotiation is. I guess they had to have major negotiations or whatever. It seems like everything is so intertwined. Everything is so intertwined today, and including like our technology, as in like the facial recognition and all of this stuff, the police, the traffic stops, everything is reaching the Minority Report spot where anything should be provable in theory, unless there's human error, or human error making mistakes with the technical stuff. What do you guys think about that? So if we're judging everything on the cameras, though the audience, the populace, we've never seen any photo whatsoever of this Elantra. There was that one that was blurry. Why did they base their entire investigation, essentially, or at least in the beginning, on that blurry photo when we keep hearing about all these traffic cameras caught him at this time, at this time, at this time, at this time, at this time? Then show us something. There's nothing.
I mean, I don't understand why they just didn't show us the car out of the video that they're claiming that they catch him on going back and forth to the house.
That's what I'm saying. Yeah.
Like,
that's
why not? If you can't show us a whole video, just show us a screenshot of the video of the car.
The only reason I feel confident about this case is because the FBI is there. Like I said, I think they're going to lose a few battles. The FBI has a pretty good record, or at least their federal investigators do in the courtroom. They're, what are they, 90-something% success rate. And they don't like to waste money.
The guys in the field are serious business. The guys in Washington, I don't know so much.
I'm a huge fan of the FBI. I don't actually politically. I'm not necessarily. I'm not necessarily. Obviously, I'm a liberal. I'm not necessarily on the right wing or I don't know if the liberal is the right way to describe it.
I don't know if there's no right or left anymore, buddy.
Yeah,
it's good. It's good or bad, and good and evil. I mean, that's.
Really I'm an artist, and I'm just looking out for what feels right and what works best for others. Anyway, I love the FBI. What if? Okay, if the FBI were there before the homicides, then there must be a reason. Because there was 46, 48 or something that were there before, and then it jumped up to 40 or 64 or something.
Wait, they were in Moscow before the homicides happened?
This is my understanding, yeah. And I was hearing that way back about 4 months ago, and then it died down, and then stories kind of shifted where, no, they weren't there until after, though I'm hearing it kind of come back up.
I could see them being in Boise or Portland,
it could have been up there.
I could see them being there and then getting summoned. And I don't know what time or how long it took them to get there. Was it 5 days, 3 days, 10 days? How long did it take for them to start doing all the lab work and doing all the forensics?
Well, the lab work is really that's another question. Though, if there was let's go ahead and jump back out to maybe there's something bigger going on than one guy who invested his entire life to achieve a goal of.
Is he breaking up for anybody else?
Oh, can you hear me?
No, but I hear heavy breathing somewhere. Or
no, I bet your mic's muted.
Does somebody have a fan on or something?
Well, has it been going on the entire time? Or just started?
You were breaking up. I
think that was on your end, Scarlett.
Okay, because usually it starts doing that, and then I end up getting kicked. But everybody sounds fine now.
Can you hear me okay now?
Yeah, you sound fine now.
Okay, cool. So I don't need to take off my clothes and dance around to prove it. Okay, never mind.
Oh, no.
I'm curious if the case is bigger than one guy, who invested his entire life and career into becoming the best cop, essentially, the best investigator, the best crime solver. I really am leaning towards he did not do the actual crimes. So if the case is bigger than him, then maybe the FBI was already aware of it and were in the area, or at least neighbor, perhaps. I don't know. What do you think?
On the subject of him studying to become the best criminal analysis person or whatever, I go back to the Bryan Kohberger thing. He was the same way. He was studying all of this stuff that he could, like, inside and out. He was 19 years old, and he went and unalived a homeless person in a very horrible way. And he said to them, his actual words were, "I always knew I would be in this building one way or another. I didn't know which one."
No, I don't know who that is, and I don't understand the comparison. I'm sorry.
Well, because that's what he did. He did all this studying and all of that. He wanted to be like this major criminal. What? What? I'm sorry, what?
Somebody said something, not me.
Okay, I was just saying that he wanted to be like real big into criminology and all of this stuff too. And for his age, he was studying everything he could and on YouTube and everything about all of these SKs and all of that. And he said to the police when he unalived this homeless person, he said he always knew that he would end up in that police building in one way or another, but he didn't know which side it was going to be on that he was in that room. So either he was going to be a really good criminologist and be in that building there, or it was going to be the other side and be illegal and be in that room.
Can you put his name in our private chat or something? I'm not familiar with this case. I would be interested in checking this fellow out. It's almost sound like, what did you say his name was? Sound like it was Hawaiian.
No, it's Bryan Kohberger. And yeah, I'll put it in the chat. It's very interesting because he just walks into, it was like the next day he walks into a police station because he figured he was going to get caught, and he just lays it out exactly. No punches, no nothing. This is exactly what happened and when it happened. And I tell you, the guys are really, it's a shame he's not on the good side because that kid is really an awesome storyteller as well. You'll be gripped by his testimony.
Yeah, it sounds like it, and I apologize. I'm not familiar. Though, all right. So, okay. So there is a precedent for something similar. Okay.
Well, I mean, Ted Bundy was the same way.
Well, not necessarily. No, I agree with all the comparisons of all the different serial killers, this and that, and everything. I understand. Though, there's always a chance that it's not like the serial killers, because a lot of individuals in our culture, pop culture right now, are leaning towards pointing them to the serial killers. However, it would be nice to be able to reserve the rights and say it is slightly like that, though. This is how imagine it could be this way too. Let's give him the benefit of the doubt. I would love to see if he's innocent. I would love to bust the motherfuckers who actually did this. If it is not him, and if it is him, fry him. Yeah.
Okay. I put that in the back chat, the Richard, for you.
I see it. Thank you. Aloha. Cheers. Mahalo. All right. So if the FBI, all right, where do you guys want to go with the conversation from here? I think I've said most of my stuff.
I'm
I'm
thinking
kinda
of
in the
another
back.
question.
I'm in the background right now, kind of looking at the cell phone coverage in this area because AT&T, T-Mobile, and Verizon have very differing maps of coverage.
I don't know how I feel about it.
Kind of interesting on this end from the tech side on that. So I want a comprehensive map of where all the repeaters are, and I can't seem to find one. And I don't understand that.
That's a good idea.
Because I know where the towers are. There's 6 or 7 total between Moscow and Pullman. They're definitely in weird places. Probably from elevation, I would think would be they want to be over the tops of the towns, but there's repeaters that aren't listed on here, and I'm really curious about that because and I want to know if the repeaters are given GPS pings. So I'm just kind of doing that. So if I'm quiet, that's what I'm doing.
Elevation is something we have to keep in mind, at least regarding when, what he's saying right there. Though when BK and his father go back to Pennsylvania, you got to look at the dates, the weather conditions of that area. Was it necessary that they dropped down to Nevada to cut across? I don't know the Rockies. I don't know the terrain. I don't know the weather. I know nothing other than they supposedly went down that area, and I heard that Bethany, her area is down there. I'm one of the things that we do not know. Did Bryan go down there to meet with Bethany? If they were together, if they were in a couple, if they were in a relationship, maybe he went down there to see her, knowing it's about to hit the fan. Even if they were innocent, he still. I mean, if they were in a fresh relationship, of course, I've flown across the freaking planet a couple times to meet my girlfriends and stuff. Yeah, if they were a new couple or whatever, yeah, I can imagine him driving down there and then going back home. I mean, I literally went to a couple different countries for the same darn thing. So what if Bryan, if this is a fact, if it's a fact that he drove down to Nevada and then across to through Indiana and to Pennsylvania. What if he did meet with her? Is there a way that we could find out track him? Well, if we can't track him, because the FBI couldn't track him. Remember, that's the period where they lost him, supposedly. Or did they?
Allegedly, they lost him for, what was it, like 12 or 14 hours or something like that, until the plate reader caught him in Colorado.
Yeah, it was a long time.
Caught him in Colorado.
Yeah, they caught him. The plate reader caught his plate, or read his plates in Loma, Colorado, on his way to Pennsylvania.
Shoot, I've got a U.S. map up here, but I've got it covered with my green screens. Where's Colorado with Nevada and Idaho?
It would be south of Idaho. He would have had to have went through, and hold on, let me pull up my map so I can be accurate here. Give me just 1 second. So he would have went south through Idaho into Utah and then over into Colorado. And once he hit Colorado, where Loma is, that's where the plate readers picked him up at.
How did it pop into my head then that he went to Nevada? Has there ever been anything mentioned about that?
Now, Nevada is where Bethany is from. She's from the Reno area.
Well, I know. That's my
Yeah.
entire. For some reason, about 4 months ago, it was stuck in my head that he went to Nevada. Now, I don't know if it was. See, most of the channels that I focus on are like more quality, not necessarily speculation. So I don't know if maybe back then I was listening to a speculative channel. There's no word of Nevada?
Not that I've heard.
No.
Okay. I don't know how that. Okay.
All right. Big Al, real quick. Bryan can a handshake with other devices when in airplane mode or shut off altogether?
That's a point of contention with a lot of people. Some say yes, some say no. I don't know for sure.
Okay.
I can't say either way. I've just been enlightened to the amount of microwave repeaters that are in this area. That's just blowing my mind. And I was sending a message to a guy that I used to work with saying, hey, were our radios communicating over these repeaters? Because I don't remember ever hearing about this many repeaters being in any city. And there are hundreds in Pullman.
Wow.
Literally hundreds of repeater sources. And a lot of these sources are the same company that owns them out of Washington, D.C. through an attorney. And it's kind of making me scratch my head. So I'm hoping he answers me tonight, but I highly doubt it because it's 1 a.m. He's probably going to be like, what the hell are you doing?
What year is BK's Elantra?
15.
Yeah, see, when I read this Moscow update, I think it was December the 19th.
Okay, I'm hearing a very loud background noise right now.
That would be Richard.
See if Richard can mute and see what happens.
Sure. I commute all day long, baby.
There it
There
went.
it
Okay,
goes.
yeah, I don't hear it now. It sounds like a fan or something blowing into your mic.
I 1 little centimeter. I moved my freaking laptop. All right.
Okay, yeah, it's not as bad now.
There we go.
Okay.
Okay, but going back to the 12/19 Moscow update, it's saying, and I think we talked about before, 2011 and 2013 Hyundai Elantra.
Right. And that was December the 19th, right?
Right.
Yeah, and they already had Brian's information from the WSU police department on the 29th. So they were still asking the public to help them find this 2011 to 2013 Hyundai Elantra in December.
Now, let me ask you this. Do you think, I know it's possible, but is it probable that the assassin, we'll put it that way, or the SK, went into the rooms, did his dirty deeds, shut the door, and locked them from the back end, or just closed? Because I'm trying to figure out, in that same report, a call was made from one of the surviving roommate's cell phone inside the residence. And it says the surviving roommates summoned friends to the residence because they believed one of the second floor victims had passed out and was not waking up. At 11:58, a 911 call was requested for an unconscious person. My goodness, you can't tell the difference between a person that's passed out and a person that's got all these multiple wounds.
I'm wondering though, because it was brought up one time if the door might have been shut and locked or something like that, and they couldn't get the door open, and maybe they had looked under the door and they seen someone laying on the floor and couldn't get them up or whatever, and they thought maybe that was they were unconscious or passed out or whatever. But I don't. It's kind of hard to think. I mean, if you think about it, all of that red stuff on the floor. I don't know.
If the
Richard, you're gonna have to mute again,
Yeah,
buddy.
I'm
You're
gonna have.
killing me.
It's super loud coming through my headset. Okay. All right. I don't know.
And see, that's another reason I wouldn't want the house destroyed, because I'm gonna look and see if you can see underneath that door to see what's inside that room. Is it an inch off the ground? Is it a half an inch? Or does it drag on the floor, that door when shut? Boy, I got tons of questions.
And see, this is what my mind does. I'm constantly just thinking of stuff. Or Troll will mention something, and I'm like, oh yeah, that's a question I need to ask.
Yeah.
On my live. Let's see.
Hello, Troll.
Has he been in? Are you still in chat? Are you still in chat? Oh, he's watching a movie now.
Oh, okay. Oh, that was Tad Russell. It looked like Trollbusters from my TV.
It sounds like Sully landed the plane. Yeah, I cut it down a little bit because it was like super loud coming through my headset. Yeah, if y'all have not done so, please hit the thumbs up.
So, can I ask a question real quick to Richard?
Sure, go ahead.
So, where are you getting the idea that he and Bethany were together before this? Or
I think you're just putting a hypothetical situation. Is it possible?
well, it's actually it's not a fact though. If you look at there are three elements in which that we know to be true. We know that that the defense presumes Bethany can exonerate him. We know that Bethany's phone was used in clocking the exact times of the death, and perhaps DM as well, though I'm focusing on Bethany. And then we know that he has been located in the area. the logical thing would be is if they were together and her phone was able to prove that they were not doing the murders, that they were doing something else. Now, you could flip, and this goes with every single other argument. Even the person, let me see, Detra Ed was saying something. You could flip it in reverse. Anything, almost anything, can be flipped in reverse. However, you have to have what we know. The only things that we know are the things that we have been told, as in writing. Even what they say, like the police chief and everything, if they say it, it doesn't mean it's true. All right, it doesn't mean it's true. But the things that are in writing are that his vehicle was spotted, that they were using Bethany's phone and DMs to clock the times, uh, and whatever the other thing was. I said I'm distracting myself. I've got three screens. I'm looking at myself on three screens. Um, but yeah. We have to look at almost any situation, though. Stick to what we only what we know. We can elaborate on that, which is what I'm doing. Though we do know that it's kind of a hypothetical. It's an educated guess.
Okay, I just wanted to be clear on what you were saying, because if what you were saying, you had some foundation for that, I would like to have seen the evidence of it.
Well, my evidence is what we already know, and then we can expand upon that.
Right, I get it. It's just
So
the
it's the
same thing
exact.
we do.
Yeah, yeah, yep. Do you guys have moths where you are? Because they're
I
really
do.
they're getting big.
They have it. I have some on my front door. I have a wreath on my front door. And if I go out there and open it, like there's like 150 of them underneath that thing. It's ridiculous.
I have about 150 lizards or chameleons in my yard.
You
Like
guys need to connect.
Mothman.
You need those lizards with the. you need those lizards to catch her moths.
Yeah, I do.
Yeah.
I feel
My
like I got Mothman mania over here.
wait, where are you in North Carolina? Mothman Prophecies was it?
No, but that's what I'm talking about. Yeah.
Yeah, I'm a horror movie fellow. And my project that I'm working on, you can kind of see, but I use like these guys or this one for stop motion and everything. And I'm working on an educational project showing people how to do various styles of art and filmmaking and everything. And that's
Yeah,
what
I'm just
it is
into
tonight.
lore. I'm just into lore.
I've got interviews with storytellers, people from like North Carolina. Where are you from now?
I'm from the Midwest.
Mm, it's
Oh.
interesting in the
So
long
anyway, I was just
everything.
when
Yeah.
you said that, I'm like, yeah, that's what I feel like. I got I feel like I'm being attacked by Mothman. So
Scrappy. I mean, he's lazy as AF right now, but he loves to get the moths. That's his thing now. He feels he's a good camper because he's able to get them, and he destroys everything in his path. Though he does get the moths.
well, that's a good thing.
So yeah, I don't know if he was. I mean, nobody knows. That's the thing, and that's the thing. We don't know one way or the other. We don't know if he's guilty or if he's innocent. Though the scales, it keeps going both ways because there are certain ways that you could look at it this way or you could look at it this way. I understand that there's the touch DNA, though. If they're not going to use it now, I'm not cheerleading that he's innocent. I want to catch the guy or the individual. Though I'm not seeing anything that has pinpointed it to be him yet. That's where I'm at. I'm not there yet. I don't understand.
Well, and you may not be there until we start hearing the trial. Did you freeze up?
Not me.
Oh, okay.
I'm still here, but yeah, my internet is going in and out, so that's why I have to keep muting. It shows it's back on now, so hopefully it'll stay.
Whatever happened to the vehicles? Are they still in evidence?
The last I heard, Ethan's mom, when she was talking about it, that they still had 2 vehicles and Ethan's set of golf clubs tied up with.
Where did we hear her say about the kids' video, or I mean the vehicles? I didn't hear that part. I didn't hear that one. I haven't heard anything about the the victims' vehicles.
About the 2 vehicles.
Yeah, I've not heard anything about the victims' vehicles. Yeah.
I'm not familiar with the story about the vehicles, so I can't speak.
I'm
on
not
it.
either.
Sounds
I
like
think he's
Scarlett's
breaking up.
really in and out.
Am I still going in and
Yeah.
out?
Yeah.
Son of
Yeah.
a bitch. That's because my fucking internet's out again.
How'd you know my nickname? Stop it.
I know. I just after a little bit of reading on these microwave repeaters, Pullman has a shit ton in and around the university and in and around town. Moscow, not so much. And I'm gonna have to go through this list, but there's 127 registered antennas, which are not necessarily towers, which is what we've been talking about. There's antennas and repeaters that are listed that I got to go through and look at what the frequency is and see if they have cell licenses to see whether or not they're actually repeating. But I don't know, and I sent a friend of mine a message. I don't know when the radios ping, what they're actually looking for. Will they take a ping from a repeater and give a GPS location, or I'm not real sure on that.
Save those pages and screenshots.
I save everything.
Yeah. All right.
But these are maps with 100, 300 dots on them that you've got to literally. It's 6 tabs to look at one registered location.
Okay.
So I'm not gonna bring up 700 screenshots, but I want to find out. I want to find out facts on the radio end of it, because I'm familiar with a CDMA or a cell or 3G, 4G, 5G radio that's used for a different purpose. I don't know for sure that the radios and the phones use the same premise. So I need to ask someone who does know, because I don't want to speak on it until I know. But it sounds like there's a lot of repeaters. A lot of them, especially in Pullman. So it'll be interesting to see that. I'll work on that over the next couple days and see what I can figure out. But like I said, I don't want to speak on it until I know facts.
Hey guys, I'm going to go ahead and jump out because, like I said, my project is supposed to come out like tomorrow. I love and appreciate you all. Thank you. I've enjoyed the conversation, and I will be back a little bit more frequently and everything.
Okay.
So I gotta get going.
Well, nice to meet you.
Right on. Good to meet you.
Yeah, thank you for coming up.
Aloha nui loa. I am from Hawaii. I live in Kentucky now, though, so I know it pops up in chat and everything. No, I do live in Kentucky, the Hawaii race. So
Cool. It's nice meeting you.
Nice meeting you all. It's been a pleasure. Thank you very much. Thank you for the opportunity. I'll see you soon.
I'm going to go downstairs and grab some coffee. I'll be right back, guys.
Okay. My internet is still. Do I still sound like I'm breaking up really bad?
No, you
right now you sound
fine.
great. I'm telling you, it was
Okay.
the other guys that was doing all that.
Well, it's my internet right now. Like, it goes out and then it starts blinking and then it goes back steady and it's blinking now. Hopefully it doesn't kick me
If you had a
out.
storm, you've got water in your pedestal, and it's wreaking havoc with those phone lines.
Yeah,
I guarantee it.
There was a storm that came through this afternoon.
Yeah,
so.
if you got water in there, that's exactly what it is.
And Liza, I agree. They have this FBI expert come in and says it's a 2011 to 2013 when it actually wasn't. So,
Jenny Force said, "Yeah, they put them on light poles, Al. Yeah, they put them on light poles. They have things are changing so rapidly with cellular communications and handheld devices. Um, I believe there's a lot of information that's out there that's not public about how handsets and networks are working now.
I think 9mm and Lipstick asked a question.
21% thinks that the jury will be sequestered, and 29 thinks no. Thank you, King Scarlet. So
9mm and Lipstick asked a question. Where does it say it was Bethany's phone?
it is in the PCA page 5, I believe. Hold on, let me get
Well,
it.
she knows that PCA backwards and forwards.
Yes, it's page 5. Hold on, I'll bring it up.
I'm sure when
He
she
sure
talks in her,
does.
when she talks in her sleep, it's not fun for Troll. He's like, God, can you just talk about something other than this case?
He talked about it for 5 hours already. Let it go.
Lady V, did you bring me some coffee?
Well, I wish I could, but I'm almost out.
Lady Claymore is asking, or well, says she doesn't know what sequestered means. Lady Claymore, that basically just means that whenever you have a jury that is a jury for a trial, let's say for a murder trial, and the judge sequesters them, that means that they can't.
They don't go home.
Yeah, they
They're
can't
in a
go home.
hotel.
They can't watch anything. They can't read anything. Which usually that is like the jury instructions. Even if they're not sequestered and they can go home, they still can't read, talk, watch anything that has to do with the case.
Which is going to be really hard in this case because it's going to
Right.
be on every channel, on every print media, all of the internet.
Yeah.
I mean, to really get a truly fair trial, they would just have to isolate them.
Yeah, and they
In my
can't talk to
opinion.
each other outside of the jury room either.
Right.
All right, 9mm, real quick. It says right here, it's on page 5 of the PCA. The combination of DM statements to law enforcement, reviews of forensic download.
Oh, we lost her at downloads.
Can y'all hear me?
Now we can. We
Okay.
lost you at downloads.
Okay. All right. So review of forensic downloads of records from BF and DM's phone and a video of the suspect vehicle as described below leads investigators to believe that the homicides occurred between 4 a.m. and 4:25. So that's the only place that I remember it being in the PCA that has anything to do with Dylan or Bethany's phones giving any type of timeline. Okay, hopefully I don't keep cutting in and out. All right.
Jenny says a lot of the justification was for the AT&T FirstNet public safety comms. I'm not sure what you mean by a lot of the justification.
Let's see, like Liza said, I don't think that sequestering the jury will make any difference. No, because, I mean, I'm thinking even if they do move it to Boise, it's probably going to be hard for them to get a jury who hasn't heard anything at all about this case.
Yeah, that's got to be big news around there.
Even, I mean, I'm pretty sure people who don't even have TVs have probably heard about the case.
The only way that I see that people haven't heard about this, okay, is if in their area, is if they're like, okay, so like right now, if something's going on in my area, I wouldn't have a clue what's going on in my area because I'm really focused on this. But if something major was to happen, I would think I would find out. So I don't think that would hold true either. I don't know how.
Scarlett, I need to ask you a question because I'm seeing it pop up at several different channels I go to.
Okay.
What is the story with the sheath and the DNA? there are people now saying the sheaf is ruled out. And I don't know
Okay.
how they would know that or how that could have came up.
I've seen that being said also. I have not seen anywhere where they have said that they are not going to use the DNA. Now, I have seen where somebody had posted that people are getting it mixed up, that they are not using the genealogical DNA. But because once they got Bryan into custody, they took his DNA and then they more than likely matched his DNA to the new stats instead of the genealogical part of it.
C is in chat saying it's written in black and white. C, where are you seeing it written black and white? In the
Not in,
state's documents, according to C. What documents? The
Yeah,
PCA?
which one of the state's documents, because I can bring it up on the screen. Now it was in the PCA, I believe it was for Washington. The officer that was trying to get the arrest or the search warrant for that, I believe she did state that she did not want to include the DNA for that, just to get the search warrant for the house or for the apartment. But other than that, I've seen it nowhere where they said that they're throwing the DNA out.
That would be front page news.
Yeah.
I mean, it would be literally in any publication that's following true crime.
Before the grand jury happened. Okay, so wait, right before this for discovery, it's in the state's response. Okay, give me just 1 second. We'll see if we can find it. So grand jury happened. What day was the grand jury? Let's see. Let me find the state's response.
I'm horrible with dates.
All right. So May the 12th. Does anybody remember what day the grand jury was? Was it before May the 12th or after? Because I do have. Let me just look at these two. I have two on the 12th.
So we have two comments. C is trying to find it. Said, give me a minute.
Okay.
Richard says the sheath DNA process is out. I don't know about the actual DNA. Well, if the process is out, then the DNA is out, but I haven't read either. I don't remember seeing anywhere that was stated that he provided DNA when he applied for a government job.
If they're throwing, okay, if it was true that they're throwing the DNA out, that would be huge.
It'd be a headline.
Yeah.
All over.
Yeah. That would be the story everybody'd be running with.
If you typed in Bryan Kohberger into Google, that'd be the first thing that would come up.
It'd make headlines at Fox and CNN.
Yep.
Okay, I'm reading real quick.
I was trying to watch that thing you sent Riddler in the back room.
May 16th or 17th was the grand jury, and she's saying it was right after the grand jury or right before. What did C say? Which one it was? Right before the grand jury happened. Okay, so this must be it.
King Scarlet said the 17th, maybe.
Okay. All right, so this. Let me pull this one up real quick. So this one is the state's response to the defendant's motion to compel discovery. But this is, I mean, they're saying what they have sent to the defendant, the 10,000 pages of reports and written material, 10,200 photographs, 9,200 tips, and the 51 terabytes of audio. But I don't see anywhere in this one, just kind of skimming over it, that they're saying that they're not going to use the DNA. Not that I see anyway. Let's see. Evidence. I don't see anywhere in this one. Maybe she can find it and send it to me. Michelle, have a good night. Yeah, see, it is. That's where I get all of the reports at. Is off the Idaho website. But there's so many of them. If you know like the date that is listed on the website, it would be easier for me to find. Hmm. I don't see anything in here.
Prosecuting says they're just not using DNA from genealogy. The lawyer, had video explaining why.
Okay. So that's basically what I just said, that I don't think the genealogy DNA is being used. So let me see.
Right,
if
because
it's
they wouldn't need it anymore.
right. See what it says. This one's the state's response to the defendant's third supplemental request for discovery. And I'm gonna pull this up and I'll zoom it in if y'all wanna. I'm not gonna read it out loud, but if y'all wanna read it, just in case I'm missing it, because I'm basically just trying to skim over it. Let's see, but not allowing the defense to test the sheet means it's out.
I don't know how you can make that determination.
So prosecuting is saying you guys don't understand. They are using DNA, just not from the genealogy. They don't need to.
But
I mean, once they get him into custody, they take his DNA, then they match his DNA to the DNA on the sheet. And
well,
Right.
my other question is C is saying, but not allowing the defense to test the sheath means it's out. In what case can anyone tell me where they hand over evidence to the defense and allow them to perform their own testing? I don't recall evidence ever being handed to the defense. Does that? I mean, maybe I'm totally wrong, but that wouldn't make sense to me.
No,
okay.
she's a lawyer.
The defense is entitled to test it. Okay, let's see here. So, in regard to the specific request for the standard lab discovery, the state has already provided the defense with everything it has received from the FBI lab. The state has also provided the defense with approximately 30 reports from the Idaho State Police Lab. The state has provided the Idaho State Police Lab with a copy of the defense's standard lab discovery, comprised of paragraphs 1 through 10, and will supplement discovery as appropriate. The state specifically objects to the request for personnel-related information as outside of the scope of ICR 16 unless and to the extent that lab personnel will be offering expert testimony, which is discoverable under ICR 16B and 10. Go
I'm
ahead.
sorry. I was just going to say, what I think maybe they can't hand it over because the the DNA maybe was so small that they could only test it once. If it was done by the FBI, which I'm sure it was, then why would the
Yeah,
defense counsel want to have it tested
I can
separately?
see why they'd want to,
Well, yeah, but I mean,
but they're
if
gonna
they
in discovery they're gonna give them the lab reports. They're not
right,
gonna give them the evidence.
right. Oh, I totally agree with you. I'm
They may
just
hold it up
saying
in court.
there may be nothing left to give.
Right. I totally agree with you. It could have been a one-shot deal
Right.
where they got that one swab wet enough to pull the DNA, and after they did that, that was it. The DNA was
Right.
gone off
And
the
even
piece.
if not, it was done by accredited lab. I mean,
Okay, so it says here, in regard to the defense's request for the genetic genealogy testing and search, the state objects and intends to separately file a motion in limine and motion for protective order under ICR 16.1, as will be more fully detailed in said motion. The state believes that the defendant's requested discovery is outside of the scope of the ICR 16, in that it does not intend to negate the guilt of the accused as the offense charged, or tend to reduce punishment for the offenses as contemplated by ICR 16A. It is not relevant. It is not material to the preparation of the defense, and it is not intended for use by the state as evidence at trial, and none of the documentation being sought belongs to the defendant as contemplated by ICR 16B4. Genetic genealogy research does not constitute reports of examination or tests under the ICR 16B5, and any genetic genealogy research is exempt from the disclosure under ICR 16G2, IRE 509, 401, 402, 403, and the applicable case law. So it's the genealogy part of it.
And to expand on that, according to Idaho law, the defense attorney has to make a motion for independent testing of forensic evidence, and that has not been done. The motion would have to be granted by the judge for them to turn over the evidence to the defense for independent testing. There has to be a motion. It's not just it's discovery, hand us over the evidence. I mean, they're going to give them all the documentation from the FBI lab and the state lab, but they're not going to hand them the evidence unless, and they still won't hand it to them. They'll give it to an independent lab. But that's only after a motion is filed, according to Idaho law.
Exactly.
So, and I don't remember. I thought I read this, but maybe I didn't. This might have been one of the documents that they released in like a large document dump. Let's see. They do not hand over evidence. In any case, they hand over reports of the evidence.
Right.
Laboratory specialist, recovery, enrichment, analysis of human DNA from trace amounts degraded. I'm just trying to catch up in chat. So they're saying that the genetic genealogy part of it is what they're not using.
Which perhaps maybe isn't as comprehensive of a DNA test
Possible.
as the other ones they're using. I don't know. But like Lady said, there might have been only so much DNA. You can only run so many tests if the sample size is small. Just like anything else. Anything else you're going to test, it's all, how much do you have for us to test?
Crime Solver says, what is the genealogy? Whatever source I use to verify DNA of BK to a Z. I believe that is how they listed it when they did the DNA from the trash. And I'd have to go back and try to find. Well, no, wait. That's in the PCA. Hold on. I got to go back to the affidavit again. And let me see if I can find that where they're talking about, I don't remember what page that is on, but they're talking about that it comes up to, was it 99.9998% of the male population is expected to be excluded as the biological father. Hey, NorCal Jim, how are you?
Are those PDFs on that website, Scarlett?
Yes.
So you're able to download them and look at them through Acrobat Reader?
Yeah, or I can just drop the link.
Well, no, what I'm saying is when you're looking for something in these long reports, just hit Control F and type in one of the words that you're looking for, and it'll bring you right to it in the document.
That's a lot of
Hey,
work.
NorCal.
It's a lot of work. It's less than scrolling through 50 pages.
That's true. She
just
likes
a
it.
suggestion at a shortcut to save you some time.
Okay, so it ain't working.
That's why she's got it memorized, because she looks them over and over and over.
If you're looking at it online, it's not going to work.
Okay, see, I done found it. It's on page 18.
I'm just going to shut up.
He told you.
It is right here. Let me zoom it in. Okay, so let's see if that's how they have it listed in this. So December the 27th, Pennsylvania agents recovered the trash from the Kohberger family residence located in Albrightsville, Pennsylvania. That evidence was sent to the Idaho State Lab for testing. On the 28th, Idaho State Lab reported that the DNA profile obtained from the trash and the DNA profile obtained from the sheet identified a male as not being excluded as a biological father of suspect profile. At least 98 or 99.9998% of the male population would be expected to be excluded from the possibility of being the suspect's biological father. But it doesn't have it listed as genealogy or genealogical. But I want to say that I've seen that somewhere.
Okay, I got one more question I've heard on other channels.
Okay.
Says that Bryan Kohberger purchased a K-bar off of Amazon when he was living in Pennsylvania before he ever went out to Washington. How would they know that?
All right. Let me find the Amazon one.
You have to be Amazon history,
Oh shit! This
purchase
is
history.
Well, I got that part, but because I still do that on mine.
Yep,
But
me too.
what I'm trying to figure out is where's it say that that's what law enforcement has?
Okay, so this is the affidavit for Lawrence Mowry for Amazon. He obtained the search warrant November the 26th. It was served the 26th, December the 8th. He received an email from Amazon. So I'll come back up to this or whatever. I'm gonna go down to the search warrant part of it. So in the search warrant, it says, having given proof upon oath at this day showing probable cause, establishing grounds for issuing a search warrant, and the probable cause to believe that the property referred to and sought in or upon said premises consists of information for the crimes of homicide in the possession or control of Amazon related to the sales of the following items for the period of January the 1st of 2022 to present. So they're wanting all the sales related to a K-bar knife, the sheath, all records shall include but are not limited to. They're wanting all account information from the above named individuals or entities on Amazon, order details, purchase history. They're wanting all that. So if you go back up to the warrant return, I got to zoom this out now. What is it? The ASIN number. That is the number for Amazon. I've never seen where they said that they have proof that he bought it or whatever, but that's what they were looking for, the purchase history in the search warrant.
Right. I don't ever remember saying they had it, but they may have it, but I don't ever remember.
Yeah, they could
had it from them.
But I've never seen where they've said that they have it.
Right.
A receipt showing that
I
he bought
agree.
it from there.
Right. I agree with you on that.
Jenny
Yes.
just kind of solidified it and said Dateline said sources about the knife and Amazon. That's where I think all that comes from, is the Dateline
Right.
thing.
Yeah, the whole sources or whatever. So y'all I care about are the Snapchat logs between the sorority sisters at 8:30 till 11:59. See, they have done the Snapchat search warrants, and they've done it for
They did it
Dylan.
twice.
Yeah, and I believe the second time they added Dylan and Bethany's phone to it or their accounts to it. I'd have to go back and look at the first one. So if there's anything on either one of their accounts for that early in the morning, they're going to know who they sent messages out to before they call 911.
And wouldn't you think they would be looking for adding to a warrant or amending the warrant to whoever they were messaging to?
I would think.
I would think so.
To be logical.
Because if Joey tells Johnny about something and Johnny tells Fred, Frank, and
Kind of
Zach,
follow the dots, basically.
yeah, you're going to want to figure out who's telling who what and when did they tell them.
And see what all was said.
Yep.
And find out, what all they knew before. Hey, Ashes, how are you? Before 911 was called.
So as they're sifting through, how long has it been since they amended the Snapchat warrant?
Let's
week?
see. Well, it came out they released it a few days ago, but it was done. Hold on, let me go. Where's it at?
My point is if they requested that update and sifted through that data and made another update, we wouldn't hear about it quite yet.
Right. Okay. So the new warrant was obtained on March the 30th. It was served on April the 3rd. And then April the 12th, Lawrence Mowry received the email from Snapchat which stated the files were available to download.
And that was what date? The last date?
April the 12th is when he got the email.
And we're just finding out about it in June.
It was signed May the 31st to keep the stuff sealed and redacted.
Right.
And then released.
So
like a day or so later.
It's like a month. Easy.
Right. And it is for Xana Kernodle with identifier, Kaylee Gonzalez with identifier, Ethan Chapin with identifier. And then there's 2 names, which is going to be Bethany and Dylan, that are redacted, and then Madison Mogan with identifier. But if you go, I ain't got it pulled up. Hold on. I'll pull it up real quick. Okay. But if you go down right here to the actual search warrants, they have Dylan and Bethany's names redacted, but they left their initials on there. Yeah. So that's how we know who all it's for. So they're going to get all of that information. They're all their subscriber information, all logs of previous Snap stories and chats, all location data, everything.
And that's why I feel confident with the FBI there. That tells me that's who's doing all this. They're just relaying the messages to the guys at Moscow Police Department what to do.
Those field agents are the best there is.
So any messages that went out on November the 13th before 911 was called, they're going to know about it.
See, in most states, to be a police officer is less time than it is to be a barber. Police school is shorter than barber school in most states.
2 years, 2 years in Minnesota with 30 days of training.
For a police officer?
Yep.
Oh, that's a long time compared to other states.
You've got to have a 2-year degree here in Minnesota in criminal justice. That's minimum. Most departments require a 4-year degree.
Now, FBI, I think it's 4 years of college and 2 years of internship. And there's like 5 different categories. You can go in like accounting, police department, something with science, something with engineering, accounting.
And why are they still redacting Dylan and Bethany's names?
Yeah, that doesn't make any sense.
I mean, we already know their names. They know that the names are out there. Why keep redacting them?
There must be something in place that we don't know about.
Could be, but I mean, I don't know. Like police work.
It is kind of weird.
It's 2 weeks, no degree, the guns loaded. Be careful. Lots on panel and host and chat, doing great. Thank you, Tad.
Oh, see, that's pretty harsh. C says police work in Los Angeles, I swear, is 2 weeks, no degree, and the guns loaded. Be careful. Well, I know a lot of big municipalities are having a hard time bringing in new officers right now.
That's true.
And I'm sure they're probably getting a little lax on the training just to get them on the street, which is sad.
See, I'm curious, why did Detective Payne start his warrant back to January the 1st of 2021 when all Maoris were mid-2022? Richard, that's a good question. I don't know if there's something in there that they are looking for, or if they found something in the mid-2022 thing and they're needing that was taking place, or a conversation maybe that had started up before the beginning of their time frame that they asked for to begin with, and they needed to go back further to catch up like on that whole conversation. Maybe, I don't know. That is a good question though. I don't know, why not just go all the way back to as far as you can go to begin with instead of asking for, more warrants.
Well, Tonka had a good point. They're probably trying to establish the first contact.
Yeah, that's
Possibly.
what I was getting ready to say.
That's a good point.
I don't know. Maybe they're piecing together this timeline as closely, maybe they're going to come out with a very tight timeline of everything that went on with each one of the four victims, and then Dylan and Bethany, and the people closest to them.
More
know.
information by the prosecution in front of the jury creates less doubt.
True.
And frankly, I think whoever's got their shit together better in this courtroom it's going to come out right away. The prosecution's got a hell of a job with that many pieces of evidence. They got a lot of work to do.
Yeah.
And so does the defense. They've got to be ready to defend any of those pieces of evidence.
I mean, everything that the prosecution has, the defense has to go through it.
They've got to have a counterattack,
Yeah.
they've got to figure out what are the viable pieces of evidence that they think the prosecution's going to bring up.
Right.
And then come up with a counterpunch.
That's true, because I mean they will be able to cross each witness, so okay, hold on, y'all. I gotta answer a message back real quick.
Riddler. Apparently they lowered their requirements in my state, apparently.
For what?
Police officers.
Oh.
It used to be a 2-year degree. Now it's a high school diploma or a damn GED.
Oh, good Lord.
Yeah, that's dated 2023. I sent him a.
Wow.
In the back chat.
That's got to be because of Minneapolis and the problems they're having retaining officers. I've got 3 friends that have retired in the last 2 years.
Hey, Max, how are you? So Max says California Highway Patrol Academy is 6 months. Cal Fire Arson Academy is 6 months. After you have achieved the rank of captain, typically 12 years. Let's see. So say this has to do with FBI and some covert investigations, etc. Who exactly does BK take that information to preserve the case and ensure his innocence, allegedly? So she's asking me and the panel. Crime Solver is.
I'm sorry, I was reading something. What was she asking again?
Hold on, I'm gonna bring it up on the screen. That way y'all can, because if not, I'll be done lost it. All right, so she's saying, our Crime Solver is saying, so say that this has to do with FBI and some covert investigation, etc. Who exactly does BK take that information to preserve the case and ensure his innocence, allegedly? Who do y'all think? So she's Crime Solver is also saying he can't exactly take it to Ellie in Moscow.
I'm not sure I understand what you're asking.
I don't get it either. Obviously, I'm totally missing something.
Yeah.
Hey, Clay, how are you?
So say this has to do with FBI and some sort of investigation, etc. Who does he take that info to preserve case and ensure his innocence? What info?
So, okay, wait.
Who said anything about covert investigation?
Okay, so say he is trying to expose some cover-up by Ellie in Moscow. Who does he bring that info to?
FBI.
Well, that'd be the FBI.
FBI,
yeah.
Because if you didn't trust the Moscow PD, you're not going to trust their internal affairs, and your next step is either state police or FBI.
Yeah.
Well, in this case, I'd probably say FBI because the state police were helping investigate too, right?
As were the FBI.
Yeah, but if you're looking into local corruption, then
Big Al, to be a police officer in Minnesota, you have to go to school 14 to 16 weeks.
That's new. It used to be a 2-year criminal justice degree, or they wouldn't even talk to you, but they wanted 4 years for most municipalities.
Right now, I'm just
That's
talking
kind
about
of
going to a police academy where you're eligible to join any police department within the
right.
state.
That's the post training. That's where you
Okay.
get a reciprocity.
So Crime Solver was asking, so y'all are saying he would go to the FBI with it, but he would do that through Ann Taylor though, right?
I would think so.
Or would he just go straight to the FBI with it?
I would think he'd go through his attorney.
Yeah, I would think he would.
And then Crime Solver says, sorry if it was a confusing question. It's like you can't bring your issue to people setting you up if he is allegedly being set up. And no,
Right,
Crime
yeah,
Solver,
no,
you're good.
Crime
Yeah, I
Solver, the way you
totally
just
get
said that
that.
made it make complete and total sense to me.
Right.
Right.
I mean, yeah, if that was the case, then yes, he would need to let his attorney know, and then she would need to present that to the feds.
I mean, I guess he could contact him himself, but I would think it would be easier to go through his attorney since he's got such a high-powered one.
Evidently, they blocked, from what I'm assuming, I guess, I don't know, they blocked Bethany from having to make statements or to answer questions to the defense with that grand jury. I don't know. I would like to see that.
Oh, so much I would like to see.
Yeah.
So much.
Yeah, but I mean, I like to know, is that now taken off the table since they had a grand jury? Or no, lady, you still have to go meet with their attorneys.
I would like to know that too. If she still had to go meet with them, because I mean
Good question.
that was only an arrangement that she agreed to in order to quash the subpoena, so she wouldn't have to testify at the prelim. Well, if there's no prelim, then she wouldn't have been testifying to begin with. So I wonder if she still had that. I'm curious if she still had to meet with her. Let's see. What if he had the information before he went to jail? H-Town, are you trying to make this harder for us to like rack our brain over this?
Yes, I would say that's exactly what's happening.
Because if he had the information before he went to jail, he wouldn't have had an attorney. So he would have had
He
to
would
have
have brought
just,
that up when he was in Pennsylvania, I would think.
I mean,
Because
either
me personally, rather than be extradited, I'd be like, no, wait, I got this.
right.
I really don't want to go with those U.S. Marshals or those
Yeah,
FBI agents.
exactly.
I'd rather
Yeah.
just give you this and see you later.
Right.
Sorry, Crime Solver, I'm tired, and I was having a hard time picking up what everybody was putting down there for a minute. I just didn't get it.
I agree with you on 9mm and lipstick. The FBI is there at the will and pleasure of the sheriff of whether he's the sheriff of Latah County or
Yeah,
Moscow.
they can ask him to leave anytime they want.
Yeah, he can dismiss them at any time, and they'll give their full support while they're there. But they're not there to call the shots. Say, hey, my badge is bigger than yours. It doesn't work that way. It's the opposite.
Look what they did in the Rodney case. You know, they should have had who had jurisdiction over the state or the national park. It was Homeland Security, and they never even showed up to help because they didn't ask. They're too busy letting the kids do their own investigation on themselves.
Amen that one, Big Al. That was a crazy thing.
It's the craziest thing I ever heard in my life.
Yeah.
That Sammy standing up saying, "You can tell us, and we won't tell anyone."
What it
Sammy
reminded me
makes me
was
sick.
that movie.
I was
what is it,
screaming
Lord
at
of the
the-
Flies.
I was screaming at the screen, screaming at it when I was watching that video. I'm like, "What is this real?" This can't be real.
I know. I was.
They're
like,
letting these kids take evidence, and no one's even looking over their shoulder.
they're
What?
letting Sammy take the evidence.
Yeah, she let them. They literally just stood back and let an 18-year-old run the investigation.
100%.
Yeah. I was like,
And she was sketch
insane.
as hell from day one.
Exactly.
But she brought her own microphone, y'all.
Oh, and she made her own T-shirts.
Yes. That
It
gives
doesn't
her.
matter. It was just magic marker or anything.
Yeah, I mean, she, if Kylie was her good friend like she claimed, why couldn't she spend a couple of bucks and go have a nice shirt made in honor of Kylie?
Find somebody with a Cricut machine.
Well,
Right.
I think this is just a testament. What we're talking about right now is a testament to how bad these people in Idaho want this case solved. Because
Yeah.
nobody fought the FBI, nobody fought the state police, nobody bitched about who was investigating. It was investigated. Whatever you got to do, let's figure this out. It's just shows the stark contrast between those two cases, where it just seemed like in the Rodney case they just wanted it to go away as fast as possible.
Oh boy, that was.
Now, my city and state, our police department is way more advanced than the state patrol or state troopers.
Oh, really?
Oh, they're horrible. They'll show like 2 pictures of a crime scene and present that to the jury. Yes, it's awful. Whereas the city of Jacksonville, they got aerial shots, they got helicopters, they've got from every possible angle. They'll just overwhelm you with pictures and evidence. But the highway, I guess, because they're on a lower budget, very tight budget.
Okay, Clay Jones, we don't know that if that's been said by Maddie or not. And I'm going to believe what Mr. Gonzalez said over people on YouTube and social media just making up lies. I mean, unless someone was there when Maddie was talking to Adam and telling Adam everything, nobody really knows what she told Adam.
She told him everything.
Yeah, okay. This is one thing I was thinking when that was brought up. So these 2 are walking, or these 3 people are walking, right? The 2 girls are walking with Jack, and they're joking around. They're drunk, and who knows what she told Adam. Who knows? We didn't hear that. But for her to say, "Ooh, you're going to be in trouble." I mean, how many of us have been like, "Ooh, you're going to be in trouble, dude," just playing around. It could have been something as simple as that and didn't mean a thing.
It's ridiculous that people are sitting here saying that this girl is saying that she flushed drugs down a toilet when nobody knows that for 100% fact.
Right.
And it's kind of disrespectful for people to be putting something like that out as facts when you have absolutely no proof to back it up.
I disagree. Right. It's not kind of disrespectful. It's completely disrespectful.
Yeah, it is.
I'm trying to be.
I know you are.
In the bathroom.
I'm trying to be nice right now.
Yep, I know. It doesn't make sense to be putting out information that
it
cannot be corroborated anywhere.
No. And Mr. Gonzalez sat right there in an interview and said that the conversation where Maddie told Adam everything was that Maddie told Adam Kaylee wanted to get back with Jack D. I'm going to believe him over someone on YouTube making up nonsense with no proof.
Well, you can't go victim blaming either. I mean, these kids, I'm sure they were not saints, but I'm sorry, I just cannot see them being involved in the D that much. Their grades, the way they act, their grades, their work, everything they did seems to be pretty well-adjusted kids that might have, experimented here and there, but no D dealers at all.
No. And unless somebody can bring me a video recording of Maddie saying that to Adam, I'm calling bullshit. Sorry.
Yeah, or
No, actually,
unless,
I'm not sorry. I'm not sorry because it's bullshit. That's what it is.
yeah, unless Dylan gets up there and says, "Hey, well, we spent the last 8 hours cleaning up, D out of this place." But you would think, okay, so how well did they have them hidden that they didn't find them when they were in there investigating the unaliving?
Exactly.
I
And
mean, I don't care if you moved it; the dogs are still going to hit on something.
and like Tonka said, I think that if it was drug related, there would be other arrests by now.
Oh well, yeah.
I'm calling complete bullshit. That and people putting out videos with recordings and all this bullshit of Kaylee talking and Maddie talking and screaming Kopaka's name and bullshit.
Yep,
That's all it is.
I agree.
And I'm really trying not to get upset right now, but that's a good way to piss me off.
The people, they're just wanting their 15 minutes of fame. That's all they want, and they want clicks and views.
Well, coming in and saying that people know for a fact that Maddie said this or that, and it has to do with that. That is a very good way to piss me off.
Well, I agree with that one because it's just like, how would you feel
Exactly.
if it was your son or daughter? How would you feel, or your brother or sister or whoever?
I mean, it's one thing that, like we're doing, speculating, giving our opinions and our theories. But when you come out and you just push something as a fact, I want to see a fucking receipt. Plain and simple.
Well, and Mr. Gonsalves, I mean, he's like, they were good kids, they did everything right. They were in couples, where they weren't going out alone. They did everything the right way. They did nothing to deserve this.
What
Right.
what was the exact words? Do we have that video? Or I'm not trying to make you go dig everywhere, but do we have that video where they're walking and can you clearly hear what their exact words are?
Yeah.
I don't have it, but Kaylee says, Maddie, what did you tell Adam? And Kaylee says, Maddie says, well, like I told Adam everything. And then you can hear Hoodie Guy say something to the effect of, and I cannot make it out 100% factual that this is what he said. But to me, it sounds like, Maddie, they're going to get you. Now, was he talking about Kaylee's going to get her? Jack D's going to get her for saying it, for telling Adam? We don't know.
Or is it just a drunk? They're going to get you.
Can somebody link me to this video so I can strip the audio out of it and see if we can't?
Hey, Bethea. I don't have it, but I can probably find it unless somebody else has it and can email it to me, and I can send it to Big Al.
Yeah, I'd love to strip the audio out of it and just see if it can be bumped up a little bit. We have an audio person in. I don't know. I haven't seen him tonight, but there's an audio specialist that comes in the chat.
Because see, that's what I want to hear. Did he say they are going to get you, or he is going to get you? I can't make heads or tails from it that clear when I first heard it.
Well, there's a big difference between they and he.
Exactly. And that's what I want to get cleared up.
Okay, Clay Jones says, what do you think about all the YouTubers on here like JLR saying that Bryan Kohberger should be killed by firing squad? I will say this. If it is proven 1,000% that Bryan Kohberger is the person who done this and killed these 4 innocent kids, then he needs to go on death row.
I agree.
Plain and simple. Because you're how's that respectful to his family? Well, his family didn't kill 4 people. And what about those 4 kids who were killed? What about their family?
Right. It's not fair to his family, but that's what he did. It was his action that put his family in the middle of this.
Exactly. I feel bad for his family. His sister's getting fired. If they got fired because of them being linked to him, that was wrong. They should not have been fired because of that.
Exactly.
That's how if this turns into a death penalty case, it needs to be proven 1,000% that he is the person who done it. because I wouldn't want some innocent person going on death row. It
No.
needs to be proven.
If he did it, that's right. If he did it.
Let's see. Let me catch back up.
I mean, and if that's one choice that he has to make of how he wants to go, and he chooses the firing squad, well then, okay, I'm fine with it. If he did it, like I said, I really feel like he probably did, but I'm going to reserve that judgment. I'm not going to be watching the trial thinking to myself he's guilty and twist everything around like people are trying to do to make it where he's guilty or not guilty, whatever my viewpoint is. When I go watch a trial, and I watch a lot of trials and I watch a lot of interrogations, and when it starts off, I I look at it completely and totally from the middle of the road and see which direction it pushes me.
Right. And the way I see it, I think that they have the right person, but I also think that there was others involved.
Yeah,
But I still think also that they need to prove their case in court.
exactly. And it doesn't matter if he's guilty or not. If they don't prove their case, they don't prove their case.
Okay, so Clay Jones is saying Bryan was not in the house, Bryan was working. Okay, but how do you know that for a fact? Who was there to say that with video proof that as these murders were happening, Bryan was not in the house?
Well, I would like to know where your
Sources are.
cite where your source is that he was an informant.
Because you're just coming in here posting stuff as facts, but you have no proof to back it up. I mean, you're not just saying, this is my opinion or my theory, or I think that this could have happened. You're literally posting it in my chat. It's facts with absolutely no proof to back it up. Like, where's the video of Bryan sitting in his car and not in the house when the murders happened? Because if you have that, that should be turned into law enforcement where it proves that he wasn't in the house when the murders happened so they can go catch the person who was.
Okay, C says he's been on 2 juries, and it's horrifying how callous people can get with the defendant. It comes down to if they are likable or not, and they feel like Kohberger is going to have a hard time getting a fair trial.
Hey, Eric, how are you?
Well, hopefully they'll do a good job at picking people, and I'm not going to say you're wrong. It does come down to likability or not to a point. But it should be, I mean, whether you like the guy or not doesn't make any difference at all to me. It's whether you have the facts and the evidence to convict that person. And if you've been on 2 juries that just totally put it down to likable or not, that wasn't a fair jury. Wasn't a fair trial. But I mean, it is what it is. I mean, it's sad if that's the case, but that's wrong.
It just pisses me off that people come in with stating what they claim as facts, but have no proof to back it up.
Yeah, I think Clay, you need to cite your source, or that's going to be the last comment we're going to see. Because you can't throw that out like that in here. That's
not coming in here saying that Maddie told Adam she did something like that.
I have
you're literally
what says that.
What he is saying right now, literally, if you think about that, do you realize, Clay, that statement that you were saying could put her family in danger? Seriously, that's a huge accusation right there. That you're saying that Maddie admitted to doing. People don't play when it comes to shit like that.
I agree. King Scarlet said, "Big Al, check your Twitter inbox audio."
No, is that the only video of this? Is from TikTok? Because that's awful audio.
No, that's the one we're talking about. That's the only one they have.
But that's the only one there is from TikTok.
Wait, King Scarlet said what?
She said for him to check his
Yeah,
TikTok.
she
audio.
sent
Oh,
me the
get out.
audio.
Okay.
She sent me the audio, and I just listened to it real quick, and I'm hoping that there's somewhere other than TikTok that audio is available, because I don't know how anyone can say they
Well,
know
they had it.
definitively what was said in that audio.
They have it on YouTube someplace with the video, but even so, the audio is horrible.
It's horrible.
Scarlett, do you remember the guy at the food truck
Thank you,
with
King
the?
Scarlet, by the way. Sorry.
Do you remember the guy with the long black hair at the food truck, and he's wearing a brown
Yeah,
sweater and a cap?
I do.
Okay, I saw a video of him later that day. I assume it's later that day. I was on another channel. I got in the middle of it, and the police are questioning him and his friend because one of them has stole a sign or started dragging a sign down the street. And I don't know the result of that, but you see a scratch on his head. And I'm trying to remember, was that scratch visible at the food truck? And what I'm going to do, before we even get started on this, I'm going to try to find both videos and send that to you.
I don't know if we could even seen it on the food truck video.
No, he has some pretty good shots on there. Now, I went back and looked at all the ones where the two girls and the young man, it was a Jack S. I want to make sure I get it right. They're walking down the sidewalk and they got video and audio.
Yeah, that's what we're talking about.
All right, she says, and what did you say to Adam? She says, I told him everything. After that, they cut him. There's nothing else said. But
No,
somebody
there's
else might
something
have.
else said.
Well, somebody else is going to have to add that because it's right now. It's not on YouTube unless I go in deeper and look into something.
Because I saw it.
I did too. News Nation cut it off. Everybody's cutting it off right now. That part. If you go to News Nation and I just went through about 4 or 5 of them, and they cut it off right after she says, "I told him everything." And of course, this is going in the past, and then the announcer goes, "Now, police want to know who Adam is."
Well, when I'm trying to equalize that audio, I don't know. I mean, I'm like I said, I'm not an audio professional, and I know we have one in the chat, but I don't know if they're here tonight. There's so much static in that when you try to isolate it, the static almost makes you deaf.
All right, let me go look and see if I can find those videos of the guy with the brown shirt and the long black hair and the black beard.
I forget. Was it Gray that did the audio on that?
I'm pretty sure he probably played that audio. Who else would have played it?
I know that Grizzly played it as well.
And maybe Ikamil might have played it on his too. Trying to think of who else. I want to say that I played it.
Brittany played it. At Allegedly by Brittany J. She played it.
Mm-hmm. Hey, Sally, how are you?
I think Zap Girl played it too.
Probably.
Because I know I saw it more than once. I don't know. I mean, Alex Erickson might have even played it.
CV has it. I will send it to you. Is it the full thing, King Scarlet? And thank you. Yeah, I think I played it. It's just that's what it sounds to me like the hoodie guy is saying they're gonna. He doesn't when he says it. Hey, Peppermint Tea, how are you? When he says it, he doesn't say it in like a voice that's like a concerning voice, like
no,
like, oh, Maddie, they're gonna get you. It's almost like they're gonna get you for that,
they're
Maddie.
Get you,
yeah. They're joking around.
Yeah,
like
and
Maddie, like it's almost like he meant, well, Kaylee and Jack's gonna get you for telling Adam everything. That's kind of what it seems like,
right? I mean, because afterwards she's not. I mean, it's just a few seconds, but afterwards she's like, oh, she's not saying, oh my gosh, I'm so afraid or something like that. I mean, she didn't seem that concerned about it either.
Yeah, they didn't act like they were scared about anything at the grub truck. The guy that brought them home that night said that they didn't seem like they were scared or upset or tense or worried or anything else on the car ride home.
Yeah, Stevie. Thank you, King Scar, for that link to Stevie's YouTube cut on that. But it's that one actually is cut off too, right before the line in question.
I'm sorry, y'all. I had to mute because I had to laugh at something in chat. And Sima, how are you doing tonight?
I hear trolls vaping.
Oh no, that was me.
Oh, that was good.
Yeah.
I don't know what it is. I was telling my friend about it. I'm like, I get on there and they vape, and it's just so relaxing.
Yeah, I got a new one. It's not as loud as my old one, but I'm up close to the mic right now, so that's why you're able to hear it.
You're probably waiting for me to say that too.
Now I'm just vaping the shit out of it right now because I'm still mad.
I'm mad.
Hey Norman, how are you? Let's see, did you know that Scott Perky is the owner? I have who the owner of the house was before they donated it to the university. I've just got to go back through my old computer because the old computer still has all of my folders on it to see if that is the name that I have. But I have heard some stuff about the Scott Perky dude. H. John says he's headed to Whataburger. Anybody want anything? Nope, I don't eat Whataburger.
Nope, I don't either.
Anyone who chops onions into little bitty pieces for a hamburger is not my friend.
No, I mean, no. If you're gonna put onions on a hamburger, they at least got to be big enough that you can saute them down and with some mushrooms and.
I just was never impressed with Whataburger. I don't know why. I know it's huge in Texas. I mean,
yeah, I don't like it either though that much.
Illinois is huge in Illinois too.
I remember when we were in Illinois, White Castle was like.
Oh, that's up here too.
Oh, they're so greasy.
Oh, they're horrible, and they're even worse the next day for everyone around you.
Yeah, we used to have one in Missouri where I was, and oh my Lord, we only went there once because it was just like eating a little bitty tiny handful of grease.
We call them gut bombs.
Yeah, that's exactly what they are. Crystal Burgers or White Castle are gut bombs.
Gut bombs.
Yeah, can't deal with that.
Tonka says fast food is poison. I don't eat fast food as much as I used to.
Yeah, I've cut it out. But when we were on the road and we traveled all around the United States, Whataburger was rated our number one spot to go to before going to something like the Golden Arches or the one after a king, or I don't want to mention the names of everybody, or the one after the little redheaded girl.
Right. Now, they've got good Frosties. I think that's what they're called.
Yeah, just don't ever set a Frosty on the counter overnight and look at it in the morning because it looks exactly the same as when it was frozen.
Oh, that's
so gross.
And they've got good chili too.
They do.
That chili is
we do a slider version. We do brisket with chopped French fries and beer cheese. King's Hawaiian roll sliders.
Oh, King's Hawaiian rolls. Oh my God.
We sell the shit out of those.
Awesome, man.
They're so good.
But I would always get the bacon double cheeseburger, and I said a heart doctor had to come up with this idea. Probably wants me to add on a den to his house.
King Scarlet
got a grill like that now. It's called the Heart Attack Grill. I think it's in Arizona.
King Scarlet has never had Whataburger.
I never had either until I went to St. Louis to go to some training for AT&T, and there was a church right over in Illinois that I knew the pastor and the wife, and they came and picked me up and took me out after church, and they were like, Whataburger. I'm like, what do you mean Whataburger? I don't care where we go. And they're like, no, Whataburger. I'm like, I have no idea what you're talking about. And they're like, well, now we have to go. And we went, and I was like, oh God, I was not impressed.
Yeah, I never have liked it. Now, the last time I ate at any restaurant was a few weeks ago. I ate at the Golden Corral.
Oh, I love Golden Corral
It was okay.
because I get to choose what I want to there.
Yeah, they
Ours
do have.
cooks really good steak.
Now on that kind of level, we would go to Cracker Barrel, but
Oh yes.
we
Oh
had to
my
go
god.
wherever we could
Cracker Barrel is awesome.
find a place to eat because we're starving.
I get hooked on like one thing at different restaurants. Like if we go to Applebee's, I want the Oriental chicken salad, and if we go to like, um, uh, oh my gosh, you did Cracker Barrels. I always get I always get chicken and dumplings with two sides of chicken and dumplings because I never get two chicken. I never get to eat chicken and dumplings unless we go there.
Oh, I don't eat fried chicken from nowhere.
Yeah, no,
Big
I
Al,
like chicken and
Mm.
dumplings. I mean, it's
Oh,
like,
chicken and dumplings. But there's only one person's chicken and dumplings that I will eat, and that is Troll's. And his mama's. But his mama is now deceased, so his is the only ones I will eat.
oh, yeah, my grandma makes some awesome chicken and dumplings, and my husband, he we don't make it here, and he doesn't. That's not one of his favorite things, so that's what I always get every time I go there because it's the only time I get it, and it's pretty good. Not as good as my grandma's, but it's pretty good.
Right. Yeah, his mom taught him how to make it. So every Thanksgiving and Christmas, he is like the chicken and dumpling person. Let's see, did anyone else see the footage of the coffee house in the town by the river? They say Kohberger's car going to the river. Yes, Sally, that was Lewiston was, I believe, the name of the town. He also went to the Albertsons there. Let's see, how did the college students know it was a stabbing before the cops found out? Norman, I would think if it is true that Ethan's friend checked his pulse, he probably saw the wounds, unless unless Dylan and or Bethany went into the rooms where the victims were at. Somebody said he was dropping a knife in the river. It's Sally. It very good possibility that he threw the knife in the river somewhere. I don't. My opinion. I don't think he did. I think he buried it somewhere and had every intention on going back and possibly using that knife again if he didn't get caught this time.
And I
But
think the same thing.
but that's just my opinion. I could be completely wrong. And he might have threw it in a river, and if he did, it's long gone. But I just feel like that was like his weapon of choice. If he is the one who did this, I just feel like that is his weapon of choice, and it got him through the first time if this was his first time, and that would be what he would use
I think
again.
he would have. I personally, in my own opinion, I think the same thing because I think that's what he would have used to fantasize.
Right.
Well, I hit my 2:30 rule, folks. I'm going to hit the rack.
All right. Well, thank you for coming
What a-
up.
Another highly intelligent conversation and a great debate and chat and great theories and
Absolutely.
It was
another
an overall good night until I got
another good night
upset.
on the channel.
Somebody had to
Yeah, it
come in and make
was.
me mad.
Now you got her vaping away. You should be ashamed.
It just irritates me that
That's all, folks.
it irritates me that people say stuff like that when there's absolutely just there's no proof of it, and so why be disrespectful to the victims when
Yeah,
you can't back it up.
right. I mean,
Uh,
if somebody can, everything that we're saying is based on some receipt that we have.
right, or
And
it's
we're
just
speculating on all of those, but if you can't bring me any kind of proof of anything that you're saying to back you up even a little bit, then I don't
right.
want to hear it.
Exactly. And Bullets in chat said, I find it odd that we haven't seen any searches for the weapon going on. That
Well,
is
maybe they
true.
found it. Maybe it took his phone with him when he went. No, it was turned off down there. But they pretty much know where he pulled off, I guess. Isn't that right?
Yeah, it shows that there was like a 3-hour time period whenever he went south. I believe it was later on in the day on November the 13th that he went further south, and it was like 5:30 to 8:30 that his phone
Was off, yeah.
was either off or in airplane mode.
So, I mean, they'd have a pretty good idea where to search.
True. Unless they went down there and searched and nobody and they just did it. But I feel like that if they would have went down there searching, it would have been a group of law enforcement and somebody would knew that something was up and they would have got pictures or video of it going on.
Right. And, you know, it may not be there down there at all. It may be somewhere between, you know, Idaho and Colorado.
True.
I mean, those rest areas, they don't clean those things very good. You you could stash away something in one of those side row stops or something.
I mean, you can just throw something in the trash can, and people that come through and pick the trash up ain't going to pay no attention. They're just
Right.
going to empty the bag out. And
Right.
that case is why doesn't Enon have a girlfriend? Enon, Tony, is the creepy neighbor. That is my nickname for him.
Yeah. He was kind of creepy, wasn't he?
Yeah, with his stick juggling or whatever, fire sticks or whatever.
Yeah. I just
Hold
want
on.
to say this, okay, guys? Think about this for a moment. This is why we get so upset, because at the very beginning of this, you had Jack D, you had Jack S, you had another Jack, you had all of these guys that was like, oh, it's him, oh, it's him, oh, well, no, it's got to be him. And it's like, really? People weren't even waiting to find out the proper information before they were accusing these guys of things. And there are going to be people out there who, for the rest of their life, are going to remember those things and still not be following it close enough to realize that they were not involved at all. And once you do that to somebody, you have forever changed their lives. And it can't be changed back. And to do that to a victim is even more so horrific, because they can't do anything to defend themselves at all. So I just think about that, because, you know, it could be you sometime that it happened to, and then you'll find out why you would like people to stop and step back and analyze things a little bit more before they speak.
Eric said Enon cannot pull off a quadruple homicide. If you've seen his interviews, he is a stoner, just a recreational party guy who is not that bright.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, Enon just wanted his 5 minutes of fame. Hey,
Yeah.
Scott H. How are you?
And then we had Joe. Poor Joe, he went through the ringer, but, you know, then he got on Instagram, and he was I got on there one night, and he was talking to these girls. It was hilarious. I mean, so he came out okay on this, I guess, but, you know.
Yeah, but I mean, what I didn't like about him is he was coming up on people's panel with no shirt on. And I'm like,
Yeah, he
dude,
was.
that is very disrespectful. you know?
Exactly.
Like,
Well, he
you know,
was laying there on his bed talking to the girls with no shirt on either. So, I mean, but that guy's a dad, man.
yeah. Like, Enon asked a female cop, you want to see? Enon was just a strange character who wanted to be famous. That was out of his mouth.
Yeah.
You know, wanting to be famous. And he just wanted his fame.
You're roboting again, hun. can't hear you at all now.
Anybody else hear me?
Now I can.
Okay. Flipping internet. But yeah, Elon kind of got his 5 minutes of fame.
Yeah, he did.
But then he went.
I don't think it turned out the way he wanted it to, but he did.
Right. Yeah. I mean, he did, like, the last interview that I seen him on, and this was after he comes back from the San Francisco trip and all this now, because some of the stuff that he was doing on the San Francisco trip pissed a lot of people off, especially where he took a picture of the white Elantra in San Francisco and was like, "Oh my God, the killer's following me." Like, shit like that wasn't funny.
Right.
But when he came back and he did an interview, and I forgot whose panel it was that he was on, he didn't sound as crazy as he sounded. It's kind of hard to explain. He seemed calmer, if that makes sense. He sit there and he talked like a normal interview, I guess. It didn't seem he wasn't acting like he was in the very beginning.
Right.
So you get to unplugs the screen, upload, and watch his coverage of himself, and he's in solitary because the threats are getting.
That's what I hear too.
So you might be watching now. Somebody else said that, Sally. I forgot who that was, about him watching us at night. I don't think they would allow him on YouTube, though.
I don't know. They get their own tablets and things. I mean, they can pay for to watch an old movie or something.
Yeah,
I
I
don't
think
know because
I,
they seem like they know a lot.
I think that like the internet part of it is only for like predetermined websites.
I hope so.
I wouldn't think like any type of social media, YouTube. I don't think anything like that. They would be like Nancy Gray said he is on YouTube to watch only, but can't comment.
Then how would we know that he's watching us at night?
Lady D, that would be creepy.
That would be very creepy.
Oh well, if he's watching, he knows how we all feel about him. So,
Yep.
9mm getting her tinfoil hat back out. Let's see. Ian was like bouncing off. Yeah, he wasn't acting like that though, Tony, in this last one, and I can't remember who it was. Oh wait, Kohberger has 2 female lawyers who have both gotten first-degree murders exonerated.
Yep.
Both of them have?
I know
King
at least
Scarlet.
one of them have.
King Scarlet's got jokes tonight, y'all. Trolls even over here laughing.
Scarlet. Oh Lord.
That is, y'all just got all kind of jokes. Trolls even over here laughing, thinking that shit's funny. Y'all gonna have me all watching now this damn trial and listening.
I think he's got bigger issues than us.
How many trials we got to watch in November?
How many trials?
Mm-hmm.
Just BKs, as far as I know. I don't think there's any other ones unless some come up scheduled between now and then.
Isn't Delphi supposed to be in September?
I don't know. I haven't followed that case at all.
That was one I was worried about. I was wondering if that was October or November.
P. Fox. If Ann Taylor stands up and says BK is a lost soul, I'll shit. Y'all just got all kind of jokes tonight, right? Yeah, Chad Daybells is scheduled for 2024.
I hope that they televise his.
I do too.
There's some of the women I'd really like to see their faces while they're up there testifying.
Oh yeah. I just hope they don't get Dylan and Bethany in there.
Oh no, I mean in Daybell's trial. Uh-oh. Hello. In Chad Daybell's trial, I'd like to see a few of those women testify.
Can y'all still hear me?
I can now.
Okay, because my internet is blinking again.
Yeah, no, I was talking about Chad Daybell's trial.
Yeah, he's gonna have the same Judge Stephen Boyce, same one that Lori had, so he may do the same way as what he did with Lori's and just release the audio.
Was that his decision, or was that the defense's?
I
that
think
they
that
didn't
was.
want it?
I think it was the judge. Liza, have a good night. I think it was the judge's decision to do it like that.
Good night, Liza.
Dylan and Bethany's testimony is key for both prosecution and the defense. Yeah, I just when Dylan and Bethany get on the stand that Ann Taylor or Masseth doesn't just go crazy on them.
Well,
Yeah.
they would be foolish to, because let's put it two ways. First of all, if it's held there in Moscow, because now the jury will turn on the lawyer, and then there's other people. Even if it was on neutral ground somewhere else, let's say Boise, the jury would turn on them. But she can ask the same question in a calm, mild way.
Right. Because you still, I mean, she still has to think about the fact that these were two girls who were both young, who were in a house when 4 people were murdered.
Right.
And for whatever reason, they were not hurt. So she still needs to ask the question and get the point across of what your question is if need be. But just, yeah, don't go in and basically try to badger a witness.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, because some people still there's going to be a lot of sympathy for those two.
Right.
I mean, you see it here in the chat. If you say anything wrong, but there's people who just jump all over you.
Okay, real quick, Angie and hands. How many of you have put money on Bryan's books? I don't think, Angie, we're going to see any hands in here. But there are women who literally brag about putting money in books.
I don't understand those women. Except for maybe they just want, their 15 minutes of fame for.
Yeah, to be like, oh, look, I sent Bryan Kohberger, I sent him money. And that'll be like, when they're old and gray women and like in their 80s and they're telling their great kids, yeah, there was this murder trial back in the day. It was very highly publicized. And look, here's my proof that I put money on that man's books.
Well, I tell you what, if I had a friend of mine tell me that they did that, I'd be telling them flat out, you're crazy.
Look at him and
something
what
is
the
wrong
fuck is wrong
with
you?
Exactly.
Yeah. And King Scarlet, yeah, it would be better just to donate to a local shelter or something like that instead of giving it to somebody like that.
I mean, we talked about the Facebook thing. I mean, if it's true that they have a GoFundMe page for the family, but I'm sorry, I don't even really agree with that.
Right. All right, y'all. I think I'm fixing to get out of here for the night.
All right, it sounds good. I've enjoyed it again, Charlotte.
Oh, well, thank you.
God dang it.
It's
I don't
fine.
know why
There was a guy that used to come in chat. His name was William, and he called me Charlotte. That's all he ever called me. And I just let him go with it. I didn't want to correct him.
I know it's not right.
It's fine.
Your name comes from Gone with the Wind, right?
I know it. I
Yeah.
know it, and I love the name Scarlet. That's why I'm like,
Well, see, that Brian Hoffman is the one who gave me that name, and I think that was the movie because of my accent,
Yeah.
and he said that he
And
because I
your
never would
fiery.
tell I never would tell my real name, and he was just like, "I'm just going to call you Scarlett because of your accent and because of that movie," and it is stuck since Kylie, the
And
first
you're,
of Kylie's case.
yeah, and you're a little fiery like her. Yeah, I could
You
see
know, that's
that.
one of the first movies that had profanity. And is that
And I've
the end?
never seen that movie before. I don't think.
Oh, it's great. Especially if you get the original version.
Hmm.
It's like
They haven't chopped it up.
I've got a girlfriend. I've got one girlfriend named Kara and one named Carrie.
Hmm.
And if I'm not really thinking about, I'll call them the wrong names because it just like comes out of your mouth. But anyway, I'm going to go ahead and get off here so you can close out, and appreciate you having us up here again. I always enjoy brainstorming with you guys.
Oh, you're very welcome, and thank you for coming up.
Bye guys. Good night.
Have a good night.
Good
You
night,
too.
Lady V.
See, Summer, have a good night.
What's your favorite movie, Scarlett?
Mm,
Top Gun?
yes, probably Top Gun or hmm, I've got another one. I don't know. It would have to be Top Gun. I think the old one, not the new one. The new one isn't that good.
The one with Goose in it.
Yeah,
The first one.
yeah. I've seen the second one. It's okay, but it's not as good. It's not what I would think that it was going to be. Eric says, "Few Good Men." That one's okay. I like any military movie though. I think me and Troll have watched just about every military movie that's ever came out.
My favorite military movie be a tie between To Hell and Back, Buddy Murphy, and the other one be Full Metal Jacket. And
I have
the reason I like
probably
Full
watched
Metal
them.
Jacket, buddy, he tells it like it is. That's how it was when I went through military training. And
Um,
he was the original drill instructor.
mhm. Yeah, anytime and Troll actually watched a movie the other night. I forgot what it was. I haven't got to watch it yet. What? It's a Guy Ritchie movie. Um, is it The Covenant? Is that what it was? It's called The Covenant. It's got Jake Gyllenhaal in it. And he watched the movie one night while I was live, and I didn't get to watch it.
Oh, now see, Ten Commandments is probably my favorite with Charlton
Mhm.
Heston and all the stars they had in that movie. Good
Yeah.
lord! And then The Godfather. I like one and two, and after that, I didn't watch it anymore.
I'm trying to think of what other. There's several movies that if I see them on, just scrolling like on Netflix or whatever, I will watch. One is Forrest Gump, Top Gun.
That'll go down as a classic. Forrest Gump.
I watch it. Talk. Have a good night. Anytime I ever see it, I always watch it. And then A League of Their Own, I always watch it. And
That's the ladies playing baseball, right?
mhm.
With Tom Hanks as their manager.
It's got Tom Hanks, Sheena Davis, Madonna, Rosie O'Donnell. Um,
Hmm.
oh shit, what was the other girl that played in it?
I've seen it 2 or 3 times. Yeah.
It's a really good movie. And then, well, Troll, you should have waited. The King Scarlet, that's what I told him. He knew I wanted to watch it, so I'm gonna end up watching it one night.
Have you ever seen Titanic?
No,
Oh, that's one you got to watch.
no, I've watched bits and pieces of it, but I'm not into movies really like that. Pretty
You
Woman
like the
is
action movies.
yes.
You're gonna
Now
love Full Metal Jacket. That's
I've
action all the
I
way through.
probably have seen it. A lot of movies I've seen, I just don't pay attention to the titles, and then once I get to watching it, then I'm like, oh yeah, I've seen this before. YouTuber, have a good night. Um, anytime Pretty Woman comes on, I will watch it. Still Magnolias, I will watch over and over again. Um, shit, what is that other one?
I like Shane, the cowboy. That's a good one.
Yeah, there was a movie with Doc Holliday in it.
Tombstone?
Yes. I could not think of the name of it. Anytime that movie comes on, I watch it too.
Yeah, that's going to be a classic also. That might be one of the best Western movies.
Yeah. That is like an all-time favorite.
Val Kilmer stole that show.
Yeah. Tombstone is a really good movie.
I love Johnny Ringo. Was it Michael Ball or Bale? Something like that. Played that part.
Yep. Anything that like that Sam Elliott plays in, I like.
I saw one of him real young when he played in a series called Mission Impossible. It came out in the 60s.
Oh, that was before my time.
Right, it came out in the 60s. And same music as the one Tom Hanks plays. It dun 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 dun. But they've got all the little secret little gadgets.
Mm-hmm.
Now, did you ever watch Get Smart? I know that's going to be before your time, but you still watch it.
Probably. Like I said, if I don't remember the name of the movie, once I get to watching it, I will
say, "Oh yeah, I remember this one."
Yeah,
I like Reese Witherspoon. Anything she's been she's been has been really good.
Yeah, Sweet Home.
Yeah, and when she played June Carter in I Walk the Line, outstanding.
Walk the Line was a good movie. Peter Sellers' The Pink Panther.
Watch the Hank Williams story. That was a true story. That's what makes it great.
Mm-hmm.
I Saw the Light. That's got Elizabeth Olsen in it.
That's the Olsen twins' older sister, right?
Yeah, she's some kind of kin to him.
Yeah, I think that's their older sister. Yeah, there's several movies though that anytime I see it on, I don't care what else is on, I will watch it. All right, y'all. I'm about to get out of here so I can go eat and go to bed.
Well, thank you for having me on. It's been a pleasure, and it's always an honor to be on your channel. And I always learn something new on here, and that's why I ask 25 questions.
And that's perfectly fine.
Otherwise,
you will never know if you don't ask.
Right. Otherwise, I wasted your time and my time if I don't get any answers, or if I don't ask questions.
So no, asking questions. I mean, that's the only way to ever learn anything, honestly. So questions are always good.
Riddler's going to bed. He's got to meet Batman tomorrow. So.
All right. Well, thank you for coming up. I hope you have a good night.
All right. Thank you.
All right. Eric, have a good night, and thank you for joining us. Let's see the Olsen twin movie, Dinner. I've seen a lot of the Olsen twin movies too. So, all right, y'all. I'm about to get out of here for the night. Thank you all for coming and hanging out with us. Thank you to all the panel members who came up tonight. I will be back tomorrow night. So I'm going to open the panel early tomorrow night as well. Anybody who wants to come up, if y'all have questions, anything like that, you're more than welcome to grab a link. Just on. Have a good night. 9mm, have a good night. I love you all, and I will see y'all tomorrow night.